All right, all right, all right, all right. Welcome. Today is Saturday. My name is Obendako. Welcome. Thank you for taking your time to be here. Thank you, for Ethiopia. Next year, Memenda, and as usual, CC Sunyadiano. Next year, back class. So welcome, and thank you very much for taking your time to be here. We are looking at surviving this stage, how to survive. All the things that we have listed. How do you survive all this? Cedi depreciation, Dumsor, inflation, employees and their behavior, government agencies, taxes, all this. How do we survive this? As we try to build our lives, as we try to build our livelihood. Quite being before so best survive a lot of these things. So, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Tika for say, Yoha. And we are Francis Akwaba, Dominic Nyako Akwaba, Kwame Ahin Akwaba, Ua, okay, Ahmed Adam, Edward, Penge, Nana Opon Boateng. All right, Wisdom is here. Everyone, hi. So welcome. And you see a business or any room here. So some of the few things that we can discuss. As a matter of fact, we don't have any option than to try to do something for ourselves in our country. See, a 2 coin krana in order to build wealth, actually, wealth. And yes, ye did keko. Ye be significant. Na ye di be aja omomudi chino. A lot has to do with your krum here. A lot, no matter where you live, no matter where you are. Higher now bit achichiri bibi. Edieja in Chima. Now one casa so grounds, home bit matter pa is still here. And so we still have to learn in the middle of all these things. We still have to learn how to keep going as a people, as Africans, And so some few ideas that we can all learn and apply and keep pushing. So my name is Robin Dako. Today is Saturday. How do you survive all these complications? So thank you. Let's see about business. Natambia Usha Unkrofua. No matter when you genuine concern. Hey, Ghana there, Ghana there, see the local form pen now BBS. So these are all truth. I mean, all the 100,000 cities, and that's 100,000. Let's say you move $10,000 to Ghana, maybe January, and maybe it was 11 or 12, something like that, and now it's 40. Technically, without any fault of yours, Ghana swati, And it's a let's say you had $1 million and you wanted to do something here, without any fault of yours. If you move it and it was 5 cedi to $1, and now it's 14 cedis to $1. Technically, you have lost a third of your money, if you have to repatriate it, and many times when these things are happening, you see that cost of living goes up, inflation, goes up. Inflation is just like a worm eating your wealth, and then now to add 1 cedi and then go almost 3 cedi. So, and in the middle of all this, you still have taxes, government slapping taxes on almost everything. And then you have some other government agencies, they behave like they don't live in the Ghana that we live in. They still want to say that everything is perfect. Until almost be here be also moje. So to koha few might be saying anything. And the other thing is the workers, the people that you work with, their character, their behavior. In the middle of all this, how do we keep going? The fact is that many fear there was ever a time a BBI come, and it's not only our country, but some countries are trying to survive. Some other countries, a lot of things are loose. So who be that? Whether the first president I saw was Jerry Rawlings, at least I remember him. I don't think that there was, everything was perfect all through the 19 years that he ruled. And then I saw President Kufuor. He picked that time treasury bills, he picked from President Rawlings, and it was high. And he came to President Mills. You see, we saw the dollar to a Cedi, very complication, so many complications. President Mama also took over the same. And then Nana took over, So where we are. But fundamentally, we should understand that we are so much be minor. I said, obi so no the end here standard nti no na was here the pay gene there to no to bibi kura na o ko to go akota ade kura na government the way they trade or so the dollar is so the nkofo efidie no mu de so mu yen nti no ma for so ya ko kire ya krache for na de ama o ma gi atum say na o say ye so somebody's there and is telling you that ukotono more China this is the $5 koto or India also the $5 ukoto or here also and these people who came together and put these structures together, they have never ever wanted your people to prosper. So on a very large on a very high level, or the fundamentals, it's been structured so that more countries you continually struggle. Especially when you have to depend on somebody to produce for you. When you have to depend on somebody to produce for you. So, normally free baby, no more than the baby number says music in Akoya, and then I just say, no more in a day. Because the most motor some, that's a more coverage in the Makota, was only me for the name at all. This all this is a consider. We depends on pay obey that. So, Peshua was it for Sisaska, Monamosia said this, Mukotobi baby fufro. Open telephone the same, open radio same, open light. And so grand be move at the crabber. So long as I walk out to be yes, this all the first I see can we mono. Now Grofonos are a film sumufidian, such as a Mohobachim, and the more and more depending on Sano money in Nana. I just say more economy somebody said it, if the fundamentals are weak, the CD will expose you. So technically that's it, and it's very true. When the fundamentals are not set right. And we all know that the fundamentals of our countries in Africa were not set right. Were not set right. They were, they were decimated. They were, carved out in small numbers. And virtually, they are not producing much. I don't know how many production companies that we have across board in all industries in our country. And so the moment you are not producing, then that's it. And your production has been technically, from the education of your people to the infrastructure, the systems, the agencies that will help you to grow and add value to the things that you have or produce the very things that you need. And as I say, the training that you have been given, you have forgotten yourself. So the school is a challenge. The palate, the taste of the people have even changed. And so if you live in such a country and somebody takes over the country and that person does not pay attention, any little slip will sink everything that you have ever built. And Africa is at a point where, maybe I might know, Nigeria will call the same thing almost. No dollar no going to say naira, not going to say dollar no going to say naira, not going to say uko Kenya or uko Benin or Munina no man bre sanity. Inti idea also suya na yehe send a bit my ejuma in the middle of all these complications. Say what train said that be baba na economy na very strong na IMF abo munsema ma na UN for abo munsema ma na America for abo munsema ma Obia say Ghana for more there any objection. So in the middle of the chaos, in the middle of the complexities, in the middle of the things that you can control, the only place that you can still build is our country. Somebody said that I should not laugh. And I said, so maybe I should be crying. I should be crying. In the middle of all this, because it's not like, oh, Jayako, I'm Obi. Yeah, no, see, yeah. In this normal way, yes, there's a part I was saying to your normal ye. But see, almost your structure normal, yeah, follow me there. So normal way, I don't foresee, say, Meme mano beba ama sebe beba. So long as we are using this structure that they have set, so long as we are using this dollar, this democracy, this election, this government pattern, these laws that they are using, international finance, something, global financial architecture. If you study all this well, then I don't see a time will come, in the future in sight, where African countries will have a stable economy and create prosperity. I don't see that. Not immediate. Because me who rolling style, of course so. And I'm sure say a champion near free fire and even Nkrumah himself and all the others, President Buzia, all the others almost bad before us. Bisaya na namonia papa moa. How was the economy? Was it stable? Was everything okay? So long as they put some things together and said that you are independent, and then they form these organizations and push our people to join, that was it. And to me, see who you mind on normal na what cost for Africa. I just say foundation in certain year, because a lot of things we don't control. We don't control. And so if you don't control a lot of these things, then you should educate your people so that they can know what they're dealing with. Because understanding is key. Understanding these things, is key to us being able to maneuver our way to build something for ourselves. And these are not excuses. No, these are not excuses. I'm just saying that if you sit back and study whatever is going on, you see that the scheme is bigger than what they are trying, they are trying to tell us to accuse, and they are trying to attribute the complexities. So you will hear, every day you will hear some, this guy, there's this professor of America, accuse, and you will hear their embassies too. Waiting to Ghana economy now, say, and waiting to Ghana, but yes, there's a part that those in charge of the economy must do. But no matter what they do, there are other fundamentals that are really built or set to fight us. Really, to fight us. And so if you don't understand and you're waiting for a perfect environment to start to do something, then you will never do anything. Into who I'm rich, was so Ghana, they call economy in yet. And to be me capital in what I think we have to learn is, in the worst case scenario, what do we do as a people? Do we all run away and say that nothing works? Or we try to develop different skills, different strength, different strategies to still maneuver in the chaos that you have? The best of sailors, they are not the best in perfect in when everything is perfect on sea, They are the best when there is a storm, when there are complexities, because they understand. They train with the worst of situation. The best of pilots train with the worst of the turbulences, but they understand the dynamics. They understand when they take off, they understand that they expect the things that they should, because they know these are the foundations, these are the things. They teach them. Now, in our country, they should teach us to stop hoping for a best economy to be built, because as we see it, no. So how do we teach ourselves to still go through these complexities and still build? You don't need so much perfect situation to build. We just have to be strong to build in the chaos. And that is what we are looking at today. So, your business, what do you do? What do you do? It's inflation. So about now, cement 30 cities, cement 100 cities. What do you do? So employees now will expect is baby ever what the buy also be a juma Ghana and make more juma so see your jumano. Who trained them? Did you train them? What are the things that they are looking up to? What is the obsession? What are the things that they look up to? Is it you think that you are trained to work for you to succeed and for the business to work? No. Any little opportunity, they are looking for visa to travel. Any little opportunity, they are looking for another place to go and work with a little increase in salary. You are dealing with a government agent, government people, government that is just taxing on the little money that you have, almost 100 taxes in here. And without any photo of yours, they'll even say that you're a criminal for trying to evade tax. How can you evade tax in Ghana when there's tax on everything from the port to everywhere? Who's the news? I could to our account to Mukrana, tax. And then some people will go and say, someone tell you that will be, how is it possible? How do you deal with all this? With government agencies or bar? When him say Jumaya wo ye wo bre. And so no trying them calculate be the abesha come because one no you so structure be a uncrophobi de jato. And what, but still, this is what they have been given to work with. In all this, how do you still, because in the middle of all this chaos, the only place you can still build wealth is still in our country. Especially, the only place you can still build wealth as an African is still here. Many of us, the place that we can have financial freedom and fulfillment and dignity and respect is still in our country. So the fact that the cedi is being weakened every day, the fact that you're still experiencing Dumsor inflation and the behavior of the agencies that we deal with, the government and everything, in spite of all this, still, this is the place that you can still have your freedom. So you have to develop what we call toughness of skin, thick skin, to still fight and build in the middle of these things. Or say still, when you're dinner, you know, maybe that's when you say, and the big guy is also tears, say, now, didn't he? So, most you say, yeah, election every 4 years, and Crofobi Bro Musica, no Mako, MF, no Mako, Euro bond, no Mako, ha, a Koji Scadia, Betis in Noma, can it be glad so be 70 years? A can it go high, Tianis every year? Mecrani and woman and Crofobi Koji. Now, ye GB Neswa, Menanam, Nanamokran, Stone Babitia. Because of the economics that they have taught our leaders and because of the politics that we practice. No mono ankasa kwana sema ye kan ono nyaje because say I know you bit my yellow. Don't no akwa nyi ni sa brofi no ma omodi amoye wo modi atreke sebe ya wo mu be fire so adi so ache. Don't forget that these people tried everything to enslave our people and to colonize our people. So at what point did they ever have change in mind? Or change of mind to say that we will leave these people to grow and develop? At what point? I have not seen anywhere in history that say we will leave these people alone. They have never left your people alone. Their structures are still working perfectly. And so your people must understand what they're dealing with so that they can structure some things for their own prosperity. Unfortunately, the Ombekan Yedi actually. Musku Omudebaye no and the actual Crawford no the same thing. Ghana ha because school are still brofono and the actually yeah, the profile gen one trim. Yes, Sylvia school, also be a school. Who now be because or shot idea no can bo no about tie or can brofo. That is what school no. When to 1 year and 1 year school, so before so because school no we bit way to 1 year school no be brony. The scan pet neko na gen any BBR be say we brony and brony culture on the abe fan say a civilization. And ye yini free ni dia na yetete no mo ayi onim no. They the one develop you. When developing, you will finish the anokura there. Too baby. And you say what be any pafofra or practice it or be culture and it will be way of doing things. And they will say no lesson in the eye day. If it wants to be away be and won't mean yet because when you know no name no home. Now I am fat the free munankasa so antitero. So this is a fundamental complexity. And these are the people who are leading. So almost every law no maybe bre or deba no who say kwasi bro ni ye pe na chese ye nti so de day or deba. Who say Bruni yepe? Who's a Mukwa Malaysia, you England? We are going to learn how they have done things. International, global, something. How they educated their people on Korea way of life now. So for the last 500 years, say ya ni atranwa. Na say ya nyanko for motisa problem was here. The next 50 years, beba. Now boss is still near trifiable. Now ye Japadi and ye biano. Still, I could be open some. Tiasie. It's a word 20 colonization is slavery no in pen. A dimful from no massasano. And my dream so we election as our president be the anymore. We say indeed we are free. Are you sure? We are sure. Cohe baby open so who will be a free cohe baby or nipa odenica. And when a man is act will be always so ye free piano and crofado moka. Nipa odenica or hot now they will be car when you're free. Free. Na sani pano wape wasem da wape oye da anase tembi aro pese odi uso na me de meti akira me nyin ni se obia ye na dwen so pese Africa no hoto no And this what the shape na be fam was say wajai. But it's what the mako school. And our mama title doctor, lawyer, engineer. Until we are no man and yet you money engineer or send me America. Hobetome. Until I call you so for 40 years, 50 years, no way Juma, no mouse kaka crano or nada or say but you know as I was a bebre, which I went. So until your own mind on quan offer no mumo. On Crawford no one casado cran says no, or fat a genum no mum say. When you're free, but because you're the doctor, be so carpenter, engineer, be so kuta, passport be as well American, or you're British, or you're German, or James, or you're free. But what you no shed or shed the people would be sick as some to her. Who's when you're free, your money dying, but to be a mouth bossy as a factor dying. Into the car, a mouth bossy as a factor car, with the car, it is technically you're not free. And I'm saying that the same thing that they have done to our countries, the same thing that they have done to our countries. To once your mining in understand. We are in bondage to these groups. Into baby, once a dear be a bema mohatomono, a dear be a bema mohatoy, be a technology, business, innovation, finance. Once Zombo dia be remoa, directed more to once that Nancy been up education minister say maybe cophobia by number catcher almost a history, no cry away school, no money film, non paying for no professor for that in that matter. So we have produced the last 25, 30 years, we have produced a people that even their own history, they were not taught at the secondary level. So JSS level, very little is taught. At the secondary level, university. So we have a group, maybe we can have about 10 million people. So we'll be in history and not just on one. So have you seen? So somebody just strategically hit us somewhere. So we have produced a people who have no self-value for themselves. So what GD said, and so understand these things at a very, very, very ground level so that you know what to do and where to step. And the Cedi Depreciation, elections and chaos and all these things, Dumsor, some of them they can manage, but some of them we are going to deal with for a very long time, especially until we get leadership that believes that we can be self-reliant, we can be self-sufficient. Now, education, you're training for agency where the money and no more powerful. You see, you can have a people who are very much a people who have some bit of culture, so they understand their own culture. If I sit back, I see a people who have some level of culture, understanding, cultural knowledge. Some of them have traditional understanding of things, maybe and colonial education understanding. The colonial education kind of education that they have given us. But then the knowledge that will make a people to be proud and question these structures and systems that have been created to put us in bondage. That one. I don't see when I sit back. Very few of our people even have appreciation and understanding and sincerity of heart to admit that this is strategically, this is something that they have done to us that we have to change. I don't see that. I'm saying these are people who are ready to embrace everything that is introduced by Grofwa everywhere. They have proven so many ways that and it's not just the colonization is still there. Slavery is still ongoing in different form. They are still there. Madam but it is not true. So at what point did we become free? At what point did we design our own education? History. Producing Crawford himself. We need to be bianwa. One of the reasons is still a crash for baby that no man is because they were not trained to have self-value. They were not trained to have self-value. Into Ubers okuta degree, everywhere, but what the normal is or ye bibia or ye a man and Crawford hontono. Or yet, and the more nipano train to say Brunino, will be deal so or say or person see at all cost. The more Sankophone be deal with normal hontono. To most the sound normal way would escalate. Because technically they are. So you have to understand the problems from the ground. And some normal way no honor out here. After who ye business na se bar, ube baby also ujina. It be a touchwa. It be a first panonia in Paso be 100,000, it be as a obenya 10,000. By a non-chinese pack no money in aneko. Because I had a free. And the houses now bit my tail. Wouldn't mean who baby out, so the mammy catch it. What the opera yet they cop. Baby, free moko. But freedom party, Hoto any die any like oh sorry I was me nipa accept ho oboa wo de wano na kan keke na wo aja to baby na you did but one kasa in your inner being you know that you are still in bondage. You know it. And you know that this is not the life that you really wished for. Why? Because the only place that you can be free is here. And here is where they have set all these complex systems to let you not be free. But at least if you understand what is going on, then you can position well. And so the city will continue. And one of the things that we can do actually is to not so much rely on changing the city to dollar to bring something. So it's a government, yeah, no problem. But say, oh, your business now, more than Kobe it is and yet you are not 100% dependent on woko change dollar de akofa no manabeton. Into wo drain the bibia a bit more ye bibiwa. And this electricity nuclear price no kosra. Na normally bibre kosra. Na wonkra no kra bo krono still allowance kakra. But so kofa bibia free abrochire and na wo de abaye kromu ha. Umra wonton wie na wonsan kono. Na osika no so ayede ate to be advised the first power the 100,000 cedis in $100,000 say no what the 100,000 cedis in benya e bia $30,000 into one come still na so yede osika no nyina na ehye no into what is our economy we mu a also dream say okay say na strategically there and it does not matter your level of play because so kobana de to so be do be no bi anto adum bi e bo be dem. The economy we no economy say what the bibi be fra brochira ba that is a idea is so cheap so be ultimately be see 1 cedi and I will turn the 100 cedis and yes idea then the future of that business is very 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 tough. What it means is that this kind of economy will support companies that are trying to create something with their little technology or with their with the little finances that we have. Those companies can survive in a way here. But those who are fully relying on me could change the dollar and their back no PBBI as it is, you are just about getting out of your business. Until our more focus on industries are say that dollar no any direct effect on it, they are likely to create some weight in the middle of the challenges and the difficulties. And to be I'm fast facile to buy. Maybe I mean to be materials in the but I should be thinking of okay, maybe we should be sewing the suit here. So once what balance, maybe I'll for machine into me machine. So now they are back. But instead of say first part, already everything ever full package now cotton. They say no be all the materials needed and ever to the materials in the bar, maybe so there's some kind of value that you are adding. That those kind of businesses can have some bit of allowance. The more your business is fully dependent on the dollar, then every now and then you'll be hit. Every now and then, maybe every 5 years, every 4 years. If the government is reckless a little bit, it could be every year. So this is the situation we are in. And I'm saying that throughout my life, I've not seen it change. Hope I'll go and check. 1990, go and check the dollar to the cedi and go and check treasury bill rate. 2000, go and check. 2010, go and check. 2020, go and check. Almost every 5 years or every 10 years, we go through these cycles. And this kind of power thing, they have been going on. So don't hope that a time will come that everything will be perfect. So you have to learn how to swim in the middle of the turbulence. And no microphone be or your business that's a BBC I was okay. And yeah, maybe I may call me two kind may call down at the ending. Now when I got to the alcohol, therefore, no. You have to blend it. You have to look at the solutions. And part of it is the now betting me a producer. The cost of production is so low, and the impact of these things. Look at these things. Their impact. Strategize a business that the impact of these things are not direct. By all means, they will impact your business, but they are not so much direct. So there is a space that you can add value, create some, you can maneuver. There's a space that you can maneuver. If you cannot do that, then you don't have a business. And so look at our industry well. Look at every industry. Let's say you're importing blocks, not maybe even blocks. You're importing machines for your industry. But maybe there is a way that the people who manufacture, fabricate machines here can help you with some part. So maybe the part that they cannot make, that one you bring. But there are some parts that they can easily mold, they can manufacture, they can fabricate here. Look at that. It will bring your cost down. The businesses that survive, companies a bit more survival your companies they operate at the barest cost of operation. These are the businesses that will survive. So, and industries are and what side positions, survival more. Two bonds, the companies be below highest and say, move free Ghana. Into move free Ghana is BBI direct. Or the dollar never know the trial and crop forecast. When the machine in the BBI, sometimes in even almost printing materials, rolls, no crumb, they print almost seat in the ground, the fabric. BBI over the bar. Almost talk here, almost people back a crumb, the nomination, almost the United. If you be you know, almost as then is almost this can be ba now, almost that, no money so many faso. The economy is different. The economy in Grovon could take credit card on the better. In mobile sian be brave or chroma. And a dollar also can jump anywhere. The ones that companies now no more hard money break Ghana. Once or banner for spend this bedroom 5 years no one said Nisikani in shit. It was also son no my day. But in Kofobi how much still in the middle of all this they are surviving. Their techniques. It's not because they are cheat or they are lies or no. There are techniques that they operate at the barest minimum. Ten be any this kind of cheat. It's normal be a bit my funny hair no be funny hair no ye no waton. It is a open so corner shop one normal or honor. Overcharge you, but then the cost of production is so minimal. It's allowance home to make my survival. But oh, they know they buy, I know they about direct 95% at all. It is a doom light about Copenhagen control light, Usikanasa. On Nipa and Crawford no me, you man will be family and pay business nego. So I buy Crawford ban no more bay or the traumas or more tax. I won't say now why you frustrated. And no man be break, it can't put Emma, no man anything. We have no doubt about it. But we are also saying that in the middle of the difficulties, the best place to become free as an African is still here. And that is the challenge. Baby, I'll bet my yama was my journal. A horse no money be brave, so like a cabo. And the also who is also Sia. Oh, so Sia. So Sia. Sia, so okay, say it here. And the dear no was a me. And yes, I'll be say, oh, when you be our oh, I'll be now be 30 years, I'll be no bones still 1 Oh, they have actually, we are before the we are no, maybe will be a Romeo Marian say any betrato. You're that form. To the party or baby out to any baby I want to show Crawford. Do say the percentages. So we have to learn how to do well in our country in the middle of all the difficulties. And don't wait for a perfect government. More stories, more promising, no problem. Obano to me, praise the Lord. But when to me, in Teresa will also be here. No doubt about that. But so when to me, in Teresa will also be here. So how do you survive in the middle of this? And so I think that the economy, a lot of the because I can't afford to be buying one home anyway. It one team 50 no they. So I buy no I buy a moment Land Cruiser, or money dine them, or money made. Or 2 coin and any scan or the 2 coin. Buying penny for well, civil servants and politicians, or any scan or the mobile. Until one no the old young ordering. And it's a war chance or no be a best proposition no man hot to. Then you are deceived. And so men try almost so much, and they know it. And these are facts that they should even tell you. As a matter of fact, will be all honest, and should be telling you, say, listen, me made the Kurano about the Tianica. In so I mean, Yanamtia. Bibi, I may be a Yanamtia. Me and I'm Sakota, and she taxes mammo. So, and to me, the mayor, more than any different. It was so catch all. Say by our bubble home or more. Now, one for when into so obession no my. She said, baby, yes, baby, I'll park America, for England, more politicians, no. Don't know no money's guns and no more politician. Don't know the only job, or a politician for 30 years, or a congressman for 30 years, senator for 30 years. Wouldn't if you be apart from so politics. So, and BB or them be on the Sabe, a minor, no, did and the one knows away, yes, I know my money be. When yes, I also the Bobrano, wouldn't mean fine free, sir, and Cofono, or so company baby fufro. Now, Obi away sincere be on a kind of cratchel. So listen, the part I want to be different from the Menamso. And to all the and what piano ain't mean yet to send me the But what you have to deal with different things. When the same Dumsor maybe president was a Dumsor yes you have. There's a backup. The things that you are dealing with, they don't deal with that. So if you're waiting for them to solve all these things, then you have problem. You have problem, difficulties. Obetima be yoboa be kika bibi ompeto tiase se be ya obunfu se be ya obeto amomo. We de toaba, we are citizen toaba, but I'm for to almost. Because some of the problems they can't even solve it. They don't even know what to do to solve it. It doesn't matter whether it's MPP or NDC. I'm telling you, they will solve them differently. They solve these things and leave the others solve this. And so you have to educate yourself, build yourself, say in the middle of this. Because sometimes when you're talking to some people, so you are really waiting for everything to be okay from a certain government? No, don't wait. If they do it, fantastic. But if they don't do it, then it means that you're going to meet a lot of challenges. But then you're used to challenges, so you can maneuver. So you have how to survive. Cedi depreciation, Dumsor, inflation, employee behavior, taxes, government agencies, all kind of them. And sometimes my madam for the or in the hospital, they say encophobia alcohol almost say so on tier property something no more home. Ni part of the hospital while we are no more colloque hospital no. And it's all be business that's what you see. A bay or so much so good business no sa go back here. And as obe trema face you was to share when you hand no more than to qua. No more de sieni. I feel more actually almost almost the court. Court now more almost any susonano and no more as a coffee and can was. These are the realities that we deal with. It does not mean say you minor at a tit to be exercise no man cook daddy. A said system now ye stage yen shishabi. Now here school now. Maybe our bones and crofona already be almost no my person we be and go ahead or much more. Education or the money panel. We home TV so I'll be home. We had them penny for attention while be home. So we more money break so much no matter money. I'm a minor ye. Now yes, or more time worth will be on one eshe. You'll be how crofona bro music no more is your model. And you all the what team 50 years and they make different. So we say money brea school what they are teaching them. The other one will be the way the government agencies work. Do they work to promote their own prosperity, the prosperity of their people, or they are promoting others to succeed in their land? And it's how money out of the training, out of the conscientized, and the way the people are conscientized. So now me teacher na me share the extra and crowd agencies near Jumana or more year Jumano to keep the status quo. They are not very much intentional to support their own kind to succeed. And this is how no say there. I didn't try to so say no more dream. I didn't know train. Timen chomo. And Timen find show Tim said that she will be banner one be correct. Oh, boy, homo de no crano akubi Susan Wabeko. So one tiasie. And we explain it in the class to one tiasie. Because they no man de children no. Achia, but who names Achia. To teacher, the hemorrhage was like him said the money, but Omon tiasie. And to bet my explain your children is I want tiasie. So what do? You keep going. And it's not the individuals that you fight, it's the systems that they are operating with, the structures that they're operating with, the tools that they're operating with. Those are the problems. The individuals, a lot of them are just good people. But what they have to deal with, the things, the policies that they have to work with is the problem. And why is it a problem? Because they inherited something that they did not originally shut down and rebuild what could work for the interests of their people. Dubozo etika krano maso, etiano maso, but omoankasa break you say okay, this is where we want to go, and these are the structures that we need to create prosperity for our people. They have not done that. And the obozo ya no copy every Britain, copy every year. This all how much we all the need so be kwosho mu anasa all the were nyina kwosho mu a. Then you'll be pain. Then you'll be disappointed. So I expect something from them. But don't put your hope, because the structure that they are working with is a troubled structure. The training that they have had is a troubled training. It is all teachira. African countries, listen, the effect of colonization is still very much alive. And those are the things. So that's why you can see that a lot of our problems are recurrent. Yeah, now, but it is a ja, no, you saw no, me come na you fret you for chair so until that a dear I say a kese a fort ni jasha say. Enumda. This is exactly what has happened to Africa. The fundamentals were not corrected or were not rebuilt. They had to shut down everything and rebuild that which will work for them. But they didn't do that. And towards a lot of these problems will continue. They will solve it, they will patch it, then they will come again. They will end up in the infrastructure, the global financial and the global power structure that we are dealing with. The strength that of the minds of the African leaders, not just the political leaders, the religious leaders, the academia, everywhere. The mind that they need to fight these things, many of them don't have because they were trained by these institutions. And so very few of them have an education that is opposite to what they were giving. And so long as they believe in this kind of education that the French and the British and the Americans have given to our leaders, they cannot build any system that will solve all these problems. And as an individual, as an African, you have the responsibility to educate yourself, to understand these things, so that you can reduce your frustration, your pain, and your sadness, and still continue to build in the middle of all the difficulties and the challenges. And yes, I was a term piano. You would then conclude that there's something that has happened to the Africans. And they were born. They are not intelligent. It's not true. It is the things that we have come to meet and the way they have taught us. So very few Africans have educated themselves outside what the Europeans left. And the woman being a baby left in Japan. But the other ones who are still following the Bruni Bekambiano, they cannot. To share and crop for the I say, oh, share for no more, say, why, World Bank executive, I will be crash or more say, it needs a woody. Because one more time, the almost dear pet. Now, when you're not just over trained of that, and be also doing him. And the crop on his own wing. To almost said, it's okay. Look at the Security Council. Is Africa not part of the world? Look at the G something. Look at NATO. Look at all these organizations. So to them, Africa is a servant. Africa is a slave. Africa is a colony. And to hear Africa leader one new or more just one year bit they are born and crofo. Go to any African country. All these things that we have written, the currency depreciation is there, it's happening. No reliable source of energy is happening. Inflation, high unemployment rate is there. Complex tax structures, government agencies that don't know what they're doing, and all these things are happening. Why? Because the fundamentals were not built by us. And we still don't have the equipment, the education, the knowledge, the wisdom to rebuild the ones that will work for us. Those who think that they have, let's see what they have built. So, you should not be frustrated in the middle of these things. What I'm saying is that you should not let these difficulties stop you from building, because the only place that you can be free as an African is still on the continent. It's still here. It is still here. You can go to China. You will not be free. You can go to England. There are a lot of people, Africans who are there. Tell me the organizations that they have built, the investments, the businesses that they have created. No, because the infrastructure there is supporting their kind. You go to America, it's the same. The African Americans have fought. But look at the percentages. They still continue to fight to survive in the country of their birth because of their skin color. And to free hako, ejuma de obenya kakraye. Ejuma obenya kakraye. But we are talking of freedom. We are not talking of salary. We are not talking of profession, engineer, doctor, accountant. No, we are talking of freedom. And all these things that they have said, these things come to take away that freedom. If the city goes down, your financial freedom is threatened. If you continue to have Dumsor, your financial freedom is threatened. That because now you don't become so much productive. If the inflation is still, going up, you don't have that. If your employees are not trained well, they cannot be productive. You can depend on them. If you have a lot of taxes, your money is gone. If government agencies are not straightforward and not prompt, you don't have anything, because then they suppress your prosperity. And these are realities. Tell me one African country that you don't see these things. Why? Because we still colonies. Still, we are under huge control. You know what's here? So these are the challenges that we have. But you can be free, at least, if you have proper understanding of these things. And you will know which industries to focus on, so that you will not let these things stop you from pursuing your greatness. And it's how normal we do them. And needs a stop. To this kind of buy and corona we are. And this is poor. You have to have different approach. Because nipa na wona ne adwuma na we are no de na tete no. Why at one point the training no. De na aka kire no. Odwen say ni yie de kura wo hefa. Odwen say ni yie de empaibo. Odwen say ni yie de onyamensem. Ne odwen say ni yie de hyevisem. Odwen say aban bi be yie ya no be yie. So when this person comes to work with you, ohu sika na opeso ofa. Ohu bibia o say dey opeso ofa. Why? Because of the training. And so these are complexities that you're going to deal with the moment you want to build a business, the moment you want your freedom, the moment you want to build any industry. But in the middle of all these complexities, there's still a way out. You only have to stay above. So that's why you have to increase your knowledge. Go for stronger knowledge, stronger self-confidence, and make sure that your mind works. Your mind is working. Don't let anybody. Your mind was created to create solutions. Your mind was created to create that future. Your mind was given to you to overcome any problem that you will meet. Your mind is a creator. So don't let anybody put a cap on your mind. Continue to stretch your mind. Go for knowledge. Stretch yourself, because that is what you need to solve the problems that you need. If you're waiting for God to solve these problems for you, you have been overcome. If you're waiting for your government leaders to solve the problems, you have been overcome. This mind that God gave you is what you have to stretch. Build your confidence, build your boldness. Always upgrade your knowledge, because the problems that we meet, they are many. But in the middle of all these problems, we have this to solve them. And so long as we are determined and focused, and we don't let these challenges make us sad or bitter or disappointed, then it's almost like the problems or these challenges don't exist. And so long as you can see the solutions, you can create that freedom. You can create that freedom. And or say, we have to reorientate our psyche. We have to change that and see the enormous opportunities and build in industries that these things don't have direct effect, or that cannot suppress them. And so you can produce. If you have to go into production at a very minimal level, you do that. Go into the raw primary agricultural production like farm, go ahead. If you want to go into meat production, go ahead. Whatever. And you have to work with a barest minimum of your capital, and pay attention and understand how you have to work with all these organizations, because seriously, sometimes I feel like the people who lead us, just like the Gordonsberg and those people, because the things that they focus on are not the things that will bring the best in their people. So these are the realities. In detail. Still build, learn how to build in the middle of this, because there's no freedom outside where we are now. Freedom is far easier to build these things here. To be your dream, and my money more. Yes, now what 10,000 and I got 3,000. What you say? But so more bamboo there, then just because zero. Now 100,000 the council, and then swat it. So you maneuver. What else can I do? What else can I multiply that will at least keep the capital or even grow the capital? It is a industries now when you also in any industries are working in now bokan madam for no coffee electronic normal if you brocheba was it correct time me kwana misika no so te na say masa ene koya the foforo ka ho die na betima ya ema usika no so nyina anye den entie because this is the reality now. It's not like it's going to change. I told you listen, I saw the rollings, I saw the treasury bills, I saw the CD rate, I saw it in President Kufuor's time, I saw it in President Mame's time, I saw it in President Mills' time, I've seen it in Nana Addo time, and I'm not sure that the next government that is coming will be able to stabilize everything for even 10 years. No matter what they say. Why? Because the big holders, these organizations, they are there. They're there. So you see yourself like if Ghana didn't exist in the 18s and you were always under attack, what would you do? You have to fight back. Just see it like that. Because sometimes you sit back, you look at your economy, so who is in charge of the economy? Is it the IMF? Because they are telling you that take this number of workers, don't take this number of workers, give this contract to this one, don't give this contract. So who is in charge of the economy? Is it the president or some people? So fight back, especially when in your mind. Because before no more two for me say there one no buy no he no. Bon to fuel. O tu kwan kra ne o tu kwan buy sama ni sika. One o tu kwan ba ne sama ni sika. Nti ono no mfa ho. Nti say o twan say ono no be ye normal year what? Some of them they didn't have anything before they joined politics. Now they have money. They have money. All right. So you don't have a lot of access, a lot of these things. So what can you do yourself? We are saying that you need high level of optimism, of positivity. Don't let all these things put fear in you. Don't panic. Look at industries that you can build and manage them with your what we call there's this thing that we call this appropriate technology, appropriate technique. You devise the technique that works. Devise yours. And as a matter of fact, the tools that work, the techniques that work to produce results in our country, they are not in any book. Any book will be say book man come to me. Any book will be they what me picking out what me managing year no. And a year juma. And it's a train will be baby, trains will be bounce come out there to fee na to them will be any obeche. So mo ba shishe. Yeah. Almost economy ni so mo election so who's get pie. Nti enyo ho no wo so wadwen da. Mo adwen ento de wo won so. Esua ne ye na dada no. And this bro na wo ton a mo ni nkoso ne ton ye. Steady it. So wo provision shop are following. Enfani agro. So obetima kwashi bidi akwashi. So obeye mmiri agwe. Opam beshit ye. Ebi a obobo siama nkrofo mo adwen na ho. Ebi a oye mobile money business mo adwen na ho. Wo de oye bia no mo ni ni akire ni tutu no maye. Kakre ba wonsam ni men koloke no. So say bia wo cold stop Dumsor yi hawa. Pe bibi foforo ye ka ho nya sa so akoto generator. So men how bebre complaining soon and then here. Because I don't think the time is coming very soon. Normally bebre to talk to said I'm a BBI professor. Even those countries that they say they are developed, the countries that they say they are developed and they innovate, go to China. They're still going through some harshness or some hardships. Go to England and see if everything is perfect. Go to all these countries. No. So those who succeed are those who are tough, who are courageous, who can maneuver, who are adaptable, who can create, who can improvise on their way out, who can think, who can innovate, who say that we will do it, we will win it, we will solve it. Those are the ones who succeed. Those are the people who succeed. Those are the people who succeed. It's not those who are waiting for perfect weather to plant their seed. It's never been that, and it's never going to be that. We hope that some people will pay attention and do what is expected of them. But even that, if they do whatever is expected of them, there's still higher, bigger hands manipulating a lot of things, especially English-speaking West Africa. More resources be brave. Tinkrofo ni nyama so mbeja mama komanim sa. So it's a fight. It's a fight. It's a fight. Papa. It is all town said dachi bia ya. Wada. So wake up. As all me copy me Canada, you man financial freedom is far from that. You are talking of you creating different sources of income, using your mind to create solutions, financial empowerment, not depending on one source of income. That is what we are talking of. We are not talking of visa. So Kokorane 100,000 a year, a diary born is 100,000 a year. So you and the one who doesn't have anything here, you are not far. So the solution is not you getting a visa and moving. No, the solution is you understanding the situation and knowing where to stay, where to plant. That's all. The industry is in the how you can build long-term investment. It's about something saying year, not 2 year. Because Africa, no, sanity. Sanity means TV that you backtrack. This is 2024. You go to 1924. Start from there and keep coming and tell me if there was a time that they said that everything was perfect. No. So we built in the middle of the difficulties. We build in the middle of the turbulence. And those who are building in the middle of difficulties, of the challenges, they are not the one crying. You can't cry. Don't weep. Don't cry. Focus. Fight. Because life is fight. Fight for it. And it is any challenge but the challenge not in the baby is baby. I did channel at us. So Ubran one so no the channel was at us. Sarah wanted here. And this old baby do a memo be more but yeah. We end up for my sign for a copy say big and now that no. Tia Cassa Sano Mawa, women and I said, or more then it's the city depreciation. They take out our wealth, our prosperity. They fight it. Dumsor, they fight it. Inflation, they fight our, even very unproductive, dishonest employees. They fight your prosperity. Government agencies that are designed not to think and support their people. They fight their taxes. They fight your prosperity. These things, strange, no, the BB to walk off a car, auto car 2,000, or the bagana, honest person, you 2,000. They are just taking the money from you. So you have to understand all these elements and know where you have to step to be free. So look at investment. Go to the agriculture stream, go to trading. If you can build properties that you can rent, go there. But whatever it is, invest money. Don't waste money. Invest money. Put it in things that cannot be destroyed by these things. Put it in elements. And all of you who come baby bravo and yanamo no mudoko and send baby or home. So many by a category or more than no more to still mudoko no the baby japadi baby and next japadi united. Oh, so and you are not the first person to meet all these difficulties and challenges. So lift your head up and don't let them stop you from creating wealth and building building assets, investing in assets over time. You will create something. So focus on it. Understand these things and stop waiting for a moment where everything will become that no worker will steal from you. The government will be very happy that you're doing well. Don't wait for that. If they do it, no, perfect. But we don't wait for that because you don't have forever. You don't have forever. The last time you were 20 years, now you're 30. You'll be 40, you'll be 50. Before you see it, you're 70. How many years are left? You'll be gone. So if you're waiting for perfect moment, you have lied to yourself. You have lied to yourself. So don't lie to yourself. Stand up and build. Stand up and build. Build in the middle. It's a fight. Life is fight. You're fighting. So if they tell you that everything will be perfect, they have lied to you. Continue to build. Build your muscles. Train. This is what you are going to do. And weigh, and I will why are this over here? To build and build that whatever investment that you're building, whatever assets that you're building, that's where your freedom is. That is where your freedom is. And I'm saying that there's no place that you can build these things than in Ghana. We are Ghana in Inquadia. We African, wherever you are. Don't say that I won't go to Nigeria. Yeah, who told you? That's where the freedom is. Don't let all these things deter you from investing in assets, in things that will grow in value, in things that will grow in that will cash flow over time. Focus now that you are strong. Focus on that. These things that we have mentioned, they are just distractions. They are just there to take your mind off the main course. The main course is that you want to create prosperity, you want to create development, you want to create growth, you want to create freedom. And these things should not stop you. They should not stop you. So even if the economy sinks into depression, I think that we have been in depression all these years. So if the economy is in depression, if you're using their terms, we still have to have people who can fight and create prosperity for us. So into your brand until it's about some men say no. Your honor go party and your honor to watch or the didn't. That is where you have to plant it in distance. And so if you do these things over time, you see that you create wealth for you and for all of us. You create wealth for you and for all of us. And so where freedom is really where you have been able to invest in a lot of assets that will continue to work for you when you are not strong. When you are not strong, when you can no more work, these things will continue to generate income. Not for you alone, but it will even employ others. And even when you are no more, the people who come after you almost also ebedi so. So into when you business some near account and away in go for into me and you are no. You see a work fundamentally. It is there are two things Ghana Independence Day 1957 or the other. Brofona the chance here. In Kenya, baby, as you be in me or me dollar. And the chair will see the not drop it. Now we'll move person more church as here. And the dealing cast. Who's open is when you're crying for my mobile time, better TV so church. Go for him. Why are you explaining this to us? Can't you see this? You are at war. No, Daddy. Don't know it.
Oh, the Assam Kurani.
I didn't. Anne Kasa.
Okay, you. Yes, we are sorry.
No problem.
What's my okay? Oh my God. Maintain Campacho, Mamma Conam Samra, why?
Yo, I didn't. So the moment we stop praying in tongues and jumping under trees. All right. Ibrahim Gaza. Ibrahim Gaza. Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Ibrahim.
That's no church about the my baby.
Yes, sir.
Yame two them.
Amen.
Ma yana no embeto. Na ni
Yes,
bi na
sir.
oda my no. Yama hu se won o my ni bi ma yenso ye de homo mo so abeto. Because chira odi my wa ma hu se me fe ni two nipa da sani so. Yes, because ye die no eguta wan kasa. Sabi obi ba bo akura nti se na wan kasa wa bo ahu.
Yes, sir.
You know, and chira proud in my idea. Am I more confidence? I believe
Yes.
I do now, but
Yes.
my ideas for
Yes.
yes, maybe a businessman may buy and sell it. All my plans. See, I don't know that no man can find. Yeah, to the Tony and for price and I say increase.
Yes.
See, I'm a capital. I drop it. You know, tell my woman who say, yeah, different, and yet, say, dollar no, my anything, no, yeah, capital, equity, and bedrock. I say, yeah, business different, yeah. And also make me a boy, I'm it's me a queen because it's a debiano, dollar no, country, and sick as some, debiano. By after 1 year, 2 years, once a capital, equity, asan so drop.
Yeah.
So one may say ye be different and also no any dollar na be control. To me one say yeah Africans are Ghana you see this na still dollar na e control.
Ane.
Yama who say system no still ano ye ne ho sa. Ye ne ho sa kra. The na say to be fighting na ye dodge dollar no na ye the boy bra. Ye pay into dollars so. Ye pay into politician bi aso. So
Yes, sir.
no na ba Obama dollar na be stable and I say bisa because though ye won say biso aba me Africa kra. You say aba bia ba ma ya ka say oh aba wo ba no dollar net me gina bia stable be 1 year and say 2 years ba. But me uncle back ekofo ni mo Dubai. Also my economy dey stable for 25 years. Stable economy. Dubai higher o. Omo economy dey stable for 25
Yeah.
years. It wo ho na o bobla bia bibi kitwe bi kwa no ye be economy.
Yeah.
But ye ne ha no ama ya bla bona akwa say o te bicycle so. We free kakra na fe popo de won ma so pa ya we di free no able. Tiama yeah, but Nimbia
Sir.
Dama
Yeah.
I said, yeah, something different.
Okay.
And for your dollar in the control, you know, international Dama is here, but
Sir.
calculation, different business here, and your dollar
Yes.
in the control. But it's my mammy income. So the business is going you know, make us a baby,
Yeah.
not come so.
Yes.
That's a plan.
Okay. Right, that's it.
You're beginning
Yes,
to
that's
that.
it. Right. That's it. That's right.
Webra, wait
All
y'all.
right. Ibrahim, no. And
If
the
I
Billy
don't
Gaza.
make that.
Wow. Okay. Anne,
Yo, Pacha, good evening.
Etonga.
Yo. Now, and now all my master has said, so I will say, if you are doing business, now say, my koya, and koya, don't cry. I mean, what's the Dumsor in here? I don't cry now. Metihan, I'm say, America for can be. I say, there's no crying in baseball. Don't cry in baseball. If you're entrepreneur, who was watching, I said, don't cry. Yet, you see a pa, don't cry.
No.
Now, okay, baby, so, what can I say? Say, we are Jumana, when you're $100,000 crown, you are not free. Now, okay, you know, a chuma drink could see baby so. Look at that for a doctor. Who make it scare? Barbara, be some say how many hours no fear. I put that cracker. Or what dank here. Everything, swimming pool, everything is in that house. Ni page about the home. Well, true, Fiani as our friend no. Until dino cry water no. We feel say we income doors no. Nah. Ube enjoy no. A dino cry won't timpo no I enjoy. A dino. So, and you know, making money. Ewa brutin would do with ye. Ena eji. Men kase obi wo Ghana or Tifakunesika abeton and aso. But I feel like say there's a balance in Ghana than here. There's a balance. Especially if you are an entrepreneur. One kasa you make your own shop. You can decide to wake up early. You can decide to sleep in a little bit late. Now me can't kusi say. Yani e wa kontu. Se wo hwe ye ne. Na ebia wo di sika akọ Ghana, se de breken, na obi adu sika. Ebia wo Ghana, sa mre Dumsor nti wani abre. Wanu hu kura se ebia wo ba Ghana. Watie mi so ben se bra, wo ba ye niam start se nko ekoyi. Ama. Wo ba krom ha, US ha. Me de Wouldn't crata buyer, never seminar maker. Never crowding crata buyer, it takes you probably 8 years. The one fan crata macradi and you crowd into me for years in total. One, you can't go back home. Two, BBB echo to Kurumano, won't come home. You can be here 20 years, bro. So when you crata now, but start wabraba a starting amount wabrotre enra when you crata. Into years I want to work from any a sheer, right? And you know, what is system, social security now also build here. And when you crata, when you do man son of social security, I started a build the amount. And imagine so 40 years, no be do kurum. What's na Ghana sa? Unu ya mefa. Ejuma kura umpe bi nye ukurum ho. Abrochira na o target. No di 30. Wo ba so bia na visa na ade ba he. Na afi na ba be pen krata. Krata no so no. Wo benya bi, but e be di sese kura so di kura de minim se wo benya bi ntam sa, but e be di wo be 12 years. And I said 13, 15 years and san when ya for 5 years no ka wage. Obi timi do obi krata akra kwa ye adwuma na wotwe so ani sika wo so de ma no kwa no pese de be ma no enti no me kana me de akwa compare se wo Ghana na so what san kire we na se wo ye business na wadwen yo se bia Ghana ye so hard into no de wo ye bia no de eja bin kan no ye so hard ma se wo feel se nyansa bia animu ana so feel se wo bia wo kan sa keka abrochire hardship any Africa hardship no the difference is ye ho no so we are serious na onya nhire bi said e jabe chire ya that's what to me say we build your life. You can build something that you don't lose. You are not losing anything. You can be stressed out, but when you're homeless, to say the Kurom has a 1 young crata be homeless, you know, and in Ebi abrochire ni betumi anya adwuma bia ya kakra na wodi sika na kofio. Okay, me to wase. But remember say the corner we you feel you cannot enjoy. You are still here hustling. And then nipa na building bibi wo fie no, on there wo ye at the same time any krampo no a woni obi aka, won ka akwantuo mu blood pressure bia na ne so kire say woni yam hwehwe so obelusu na adwuma ene ne akeka ho. What dear, when you're until you are building yourself up, you are building little by little. When you be a credit card, the same be a new so we're being from Sefesica Breno. I have to the over hand winning crata only at Fesicabra. Oh, mammy, yada, when you have from who you be yada, why your budget every month. Oba can't let me send me while brute. My bedroom American Tina make a cancer. Yo, Mate, I dear about coupon a minim. Ye dear any crubiso. So when ya say where the idea my catcher on say ye dear any could be so. Ain't no menawa come me why ye duma. Na ma fight said ye Dumsor inflation in the Yakika winning in ano. Fight it. Na so pabritra when ye duma ye now to seek up go account to now run your account na benya visa no aba. Oba Brabaka said the system ni city. Say ya no what him. Say ya no asanko achi instance say abrochaya wo target so much say wunya sika kra na koton ho ne ma nyina wo pese wo ye everything wo save sika na dia ba abrochire no fa run your account na fa je fisa na fa ba bra be hwe sane ya hatie and sana wa make you decision na what to afri kuro no so but because I buy sad say sa ne break anyina why ni nyina wo chese wo ye everything wo entwa wo nya hu bra wo afa no abehunu na wa build akoduru baby now say ade abetie bia me ko TikTok na me tie se den kofo ka sania wo mu epese wo mu free Ghana nya Ghana nya na me hwe mo sa na me say hey baby a wo kono nim ne ye wo ho unim depression wo ho unim anxiety wo ho unim vitamin D abelusu wo ho unim credit card bia unim to be kwakwaje ato ho so a woda no wani tip the only thing you start thinking about your credit card that man e ka be free me so unim de wo ho enti no Africa na ye wo no my anto to Ghana asio my to Africa say. So one free more the can won't tiasie. Na near water ya sem sambre no. One in both sides. One nim crampo no a. Na busuafo bi nim, enafofo bi nim. De ye nim no, ye kom no, ya mana sote. Enti no, one nim and walk at it. One na take Ghana ho. And I break it down to him to let him know, say, this is what we are going through. Na otiase to what in the shoe, or the nice shoe, and our person will break it down or catch it or say, do everything that you can. Na fire successful one, Ghana one. Because, bro, me will cry hana se me 1,000. Na say, mutie me am work on to 1,000. Na unya obi, not so you'll be that cool product. Na say if you can trust that person with little, no bet me a start here ye bibi amawa. Bomodiana build a relationship with that person. Na ye bibi ewo Ghana ho. Because that 1,000 no krom ha enye hwe ma. What you say but that 1,000 no. So what to me the bosumi bi akra to me the 1,000 ko na nipa na ye honest nko adea. Ubedru Ghana ho no wonya mopo. Because Ghana ye need dollars. Cities na ye di. Wonya mobo. Enti you know netie mu amwa control mu no. Ye wo platforms a ya build wo ho. A young ones ye omotia obia omu the honesty na nam no ebi wo ho. Ye meet Matilda, meet till wo frame na na me kase nam ne boys ni bi kase me ni obi mu me am tumi hu se akora we die obin edidi ni mu. Na yam connected with this youth no. Na yam build baby, no mu disappoint ye. Ebi a few be disappointing, but me yes sure say omu nyina be disappointing because we have tried some of them. Yani ya no obin na me ya try some of them na we have seen some kwara no womani a break ne. Womani a break. Intiminu sa wo hwa me free any kind of the whole world and ne tie me na pen kwara yi bi. First the way ya na anya yi no that time na onya nya obin kire. And until now, when you're actually no, found him because yet crusade in any year no. Crusade in any year no. And yes, a bedroom maybe no. Now for 1 year no, now quash them. I walk on to Bamana, me the man who see her, Nana can say. There is no crying in baseball, there is no crying in entrepreneurship. And you know, who are quantum, who are Ghana, who you don't me YouTube video. Now no many boy be here. Isa Yosef. Mini Yosef yeah. Yosef started when he kanika back. Sasa when he kanika de yam bro kwam sem yenu. The other so bro ho, the other broke konkonte, the other so mo ho what twa blocks was the secret so sabe ya baba. Was time so benya betimi nantwie. Listen guys. That's me say I'm on for to me a year for kitua bi kura wo Asia memho na fo na wa ye bra wo ye video de beto YouTube wan kasampo wo kwa na fo kwaso kwa afuo mu no na wo twa wo dua na ade na wo twa ne board ye ne bank ne kokko no wo twa sa wo be million views ye wa sase gu ye kura ni mu ho so big that say you want so much. Say I think say China for my kind of saka beam or more I need so moody or more manufacturing near mano and yes and yes say the California by your bra.
Yeah.
And Kayan starting to because yes you want to know and Kayan for Nakian care whom Naki crops and ya advertising na Canada country and the Tibet near imported. And I said nearby African countries. Yes. Mama ya ni ntama India for no any China for no am a fire sauce no any so what you say mama ya ni because so kita $1,000 na de kwa Ghana na nya ni papa pa bi ebe kona ni who kita 2,000 no no
building
so and you know me the manu be sia me nua ma broche for muntina mani abre no mesra mo mon connect with us na mo ne nkura ne connect no mo disappoint mo what you say testing with small okoto 1 acre bi na kakra na ekọ ohene me da ase.
Wow.
Masama ya tenten.
Yeda wase, I know an antitili akano. Otu $1,000 in your hay. But wa branti biwa wa baba wa biwa. And I made the coin no more disicano, no the coin no more disicano, more yes, I won't enough for one. Try, baby. But you not the freedom no, and you $100,000 as a more. So obey through America, only crying any 10 minutes. Yes, I know. Rent crazy. It says only you ma rent to better audio. So you have 2,000 and 3,000 or 100,000. How many years can it take you? So and yet, if you compare what you have saved and what you need to live, you can know. So okay, retirement 65 or 70. That's already 90 years or 20 years. And how much does it cost you every year? It is easier in Ghana. And as a matter of fact, I have only sika will be a for now. I know sika the budget will be a go down go forward 9 baby will be a budget. So open your mind. Open your mind. All right. Money. Is the money casa?
Yes, I was.
Is the money casa? Yes, sir.
Yes, I was. But it's channel. And then pay phone. This is about Brian.
Yes, sir.
Boss, and I was saying, I mean, sure. And I was saying, yeah, I mean, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Boss, and I was saying, for another great education. And also there, probably boy, I give you more. And also, I can was saying. Now, let me slow. And that's a we did TikTok photo. That was better than I should be. I want to answer. Boss. Then land go to the horse. Land go to the horse. Tell land go to the horse. You know, for power, but you there. I'm bread all these hours. Let me slow. But we have trouble. We have trouble. To the last person. We have trouble. Let me slow. And that was because education now the man. I put it. TikTok follow those that actually pop. I put it. And it go for it there. It go for it there because and you may be an editing in Chimono was na anka a bit more high share one can a dear Obican of what they could teach. But they say the Miado and we are coming back on the right track and see the was it. We will buy us, then I'm in the mouth. And I am but you for the na ye encourage you we are business video business there when you do any avenue there share your research to Ghana, but there's a lot of opportunities over there. Oh, now it's share for anything from no be brave not be brave because next week we will about 10 businesses and percent of the top platform so now I'm pushing well we interested to do one of them do research about it and then business is a bit pay more Ghana do research about it now what we keep it now I don't know what so with me it's encourage you know say because boss the brave how what else I say what the other with 2,000 yeah Anthony that you always say yeah because last time I got say not that the audition can say can I call it brave but the book all the time but man pay attention the last time I pay attention last time I got boss where for that I was like wow and comfort to go chair man like you have the appreciate back okay because the better than pay attention video about the person I mean the person for video the person for I don't pay attention but last time I did me back the day let me just make sure comfort me see wow so how long are we going to do this how long yes how long are we going to do this one of the moments no this not going to work this thing is not going to work. It was education that we did there was an issue. We just don't want to be by don't want to that that's it because and grab and then what's happening. That is who you want and our manga and order. We are going to give because or don't know what the man we are young person. The boss be that never the buy it be that
yes
no be double.
Yes sir Mr. Money that's it Mr. Money wa America electronic products of Ghana so All right. Apia Kasa.
Legend, Aiko.
Yes, I was.
Pacho, Mpomia de. Correct. I was out for your church, Bibia. Boss, yes, I have a call. I had it. I had it. So, Saturday, ever survival, Dumsor inflation is out of man. Boss, and yes, I care home. I better you know, hardly a chance. Yes, I care home. Na yes, problem no one tiasia. Ena uhu ana oyɛ mahyew but say wote ase a ɛyɛ a ɛba koraa na o man no mbɔ yare fi sɛ o complain o wan complain o
sa
ɛno ntumi nsesa no last na me ne maame bi kasa na ɔka inflation na de kasa sɛ me complain o the complaints dey majai ɔsɛ ada me hu bia na am say na wo complain at say de wo gina wo ho na wo pia o na wo no wa ho ɔden ahe a ɔde pia wo na bu no ntumi bu no nto ha ne sɛ opa work hard said de gina wo ho na pushy for wa ho ɔden pushy ye den embu nti ada na wo ha ho nti complaints ne de share on the jai and say the midst of the complaint the midst of the problem no the ye ne say no etutu ani se tokuro bi da ba bi e di benya kakra gu eboto mu a eno ne ye hwehwe and unya sa adwen na problem no ba be ye nshira kura ma nti eno no yesi e Dumsor na ba maybe also what talent be a obetumi they generate power e dey amaye maybe we will not even know enye hydro enye solar enye bibia but maybe from another source be a one also from your own inventions obetumi aya also that's a problem and you'll be rich for the rest of your life and mostly you complain adwen no shate o complain shate and problem na dem unya ya se usun pebon say a close all the doors it is a creativity pa de emba nti in the midst of the problem no let's try and ask ourselves how kwan ben so ne be fa so e be fa de we ho and that is how the brain is designed e be bie kwan na ma
wow
but say untumi endwen sa nso a men fa nto yare ma ho yedum light ada e so de wa woro watare na da oni kuma obeda wo ye den wo untumi ka say e so de nti wo na wo ye den wo beda woro watare na da ade chi ankoye wadwuma
yes sir
na me no I was a legend last time na me no kasa na me ka say Dumsor no ye mi hu bio because even 2016 kra na woni peak no me district no I don't know ha no a different ye ni Ghana there
and more light constantly
power needs so eduma in 5 minutes na ba
that's right
power needs so sa Dano na make on Facebook say maybe factory owners mo factory so movie be no movie bimra to regions was stable power no na graduate back and is it enough to supply company I say now company no factory na power hand na be use mining companies 3 and I come
was it is it enough no try always ask unnecessary questions
ask ninsu no yes I know
we must
I say he's in the oil and gas and on him say most factories don't use power from ECG and I maybe say oil and gas filling stations Oh, just say we should dwell on negativity, even where we see positives. The mind of the average African has been programmed to see only the bad things, and so brainwashing now come na but I think say and then me cause of be kota de na legend me wura mu almost frame me body bi me provide amazo or see local content. No.
Yeah.
We would have local content. Me calculation na my because I didn't mean I send me I see local content. I would I'm saying you Mate and more fan from me local content. Young focus on local no man. And no you bet to me dear BT sad dollar one inflation is the no. Because Crophobia to me a bed that I said Okonokura bread and a Kuragana for Jadi. A brona to me dear Hano. Emma. Edru maybe near crab pizza free Papa John's England every day now British Airways
a brony pizza no dey
doc a legend cannot be sabi
just say I samo
and na me share video bi Oheneba in team Barema I mean shano na Abrante bi betena Kofi TV interview bi a o condemn body e kura say odi body e say the wedding sugar tablespoon be say tea
oye krache mbo
to e krache teaspoon be de o ho and I hear about the banking fine mama now in fact I say even our doctors, our medical doctors, majority of them boss ukoshia doctor otu obi fo sem ewo banku ho o se nipa no diabetes nti banku ontwe ne ho free banku ho but this same doctor be kan kire a diabetic patient onum coke on kan sa hwe mfa ho ebi o tumi kan drink coke in moderation Coca-Cola
ane coke na say o promote so on say ono ni training no e promote broni adwuma broni aduro ni na duane e promote
you see when you like a boss, your economy no say no because when you imported goods. The same patient I was saying you see the banku, the size of the banku should be the size of an egg, but nipa need the pizza. I know the only problem. So then I ask, what training? Training then near the man.
Yeah.
They say, oh no, contumre, o banche, o body, o bibia is useless.
What was that? Yeah, what was that? We open a doctor for conform school 7 years near the doctor, pharmacist.
Yeah.
We have medicine. We have pharmacy, architecture, law. This group 4.
Yeah.
We there part transparent shares you must in antekura. Why is that? Yes, or bomodin actually who free. This one no bomodin. Kase debi. Say me yi me who free sanctity we. What they are? Any PhD holders.
Wow.
You look at them. You sit back and look at how
me picture
what they argue, how they argue, what is important to them, how they talk, what they are obsessed of, their solutions.
And your brony solution boss or moon fan. And imagine we have this group of people as our leaders now. Now we're expecting some message economy way. Is it by magic or by what?
No, it can't work.
Then I can ask him impossible. And see, expecting these current leaders are with this kind of training. Yeah, Bruni na nipa na on pay ye no. Ono na training obi a odi eso. Nti say we expecting nipa na say obey policy bi ama wo abrabo asesa na che say it say dey wo twen say me ya wa meti ha mefa afuru na manyem ti say oba na mawo. Na no na we say hwehwe wa adwem. Nti yes we advice you say and it's good. You see ano ye na ma yensuro problem na ba say dey
That's right.
Na Dumsor no kra na bad boss. Na me sisi ano kra no boss ma me ndi adanse e bi sisi a. With these teachings teachings we no ema me revise even aduane a me di.
Wow.
Ba say one advice ye wa aduane ho me boa. But teachings we no ema me call back in history. Nnuane ana ye mpanimfo ni di. That is the importance of history no. Nti me hwehwe mu a me ankasa ma revise aduane nti nnuane bi wo ha me ndi majadi.
Wow.
And I tell you say me free England back krom ha no. Before said me na me work krom ha na me work Ghana no. Legend, my only sickness was malaria.
Okay.
After 2 months me have malaria. Na me yanso ano den. Me buy my malaria legend. Malaria na me yan ma no maduro. I vanish it.
Whoa.
And I am attributing this 100% to that now, Mrs. Sano. Ediana media, and anonymous the to Tony, we local ones, ya, Nancy, any leaves.
What's that? Yeah, no more vegetable, carrot, you know, and I'm saying, go for no omuni akrante, omuni friends. Kwan susa. Omuni msa no man until mo is uncle phone. Yes, so say wo abunabunu no hwa ma. Mo se say yanko twitwa wura ni. Ade so yentimi me.
La Kotombre
ho kwan susa ho mo me ni. Ada go na bu ko twitwa carrot, mo ko twitwa spinach.
In terms of health, was more can a diet system. No, say the no country now. Yes, we are paying. Say at the end of the biano, the type of sunlight you be hit on, and the better one more than a bit time was certain geographical area.
Wow.
Okay.
So we say no. I am more as a teacher, idea who so, but you have to say you were two different dimensions, and I say as will be and the baby. I said we are the symbol.
Yeah.
Obi di banku ni carbohydrate na nkofo bi person capitalize ni ye salad by force no da bi carbohydrate na wo di no
salad e kwa so yetimi you over.
Yes, salad na nipa ni kwa kodi no wo America condition na wo ho no ni dia so wo we no no ukọ Ghana a condition ni ya wia na ebo no obi di ni banku ni kontombre fufu a wo salad ni otipan no.
That's right.
Tani mani mienu na ye so call ye doctors na ntimi an hu kure na meka mi sese ma di banku ni fufuo wa America na me dey condition ma danger me ho a danger because of the climate change in our country no. Now obi di sa banku ni fufuo kro na no nam Kumasi a the type of sunlight na hitting the body no awia na hitting na man aduane na wadi no importance na wo mu nyina be na aduane be na me fifiri ni be pie ama sa nipa ni completely no ho den chen wa wadi fufuo ni abenkwa corona wa America. So these are critical matters are yin no a doctor for na hwe da hu enti no mo eze no on person capitalize ya na ye kwese wo Ghana also we salad obi nka se nyoba wo Ghana obi win salad now so wodi na aduane man all the necessary nutrients na enye salad asem. We check climate differences in the yaw. What that was way.
That's right.
Thank you.
No, to boss ma omunye what Ralph.
Oh, okay.
No, hold on. Let them finish.
Okay.
You will come.
Okay.
Please.
Nti men cyber no legend yesua ade and o can say and then I meet one of your videos or live with self-dependent na o can say say when you take people out of trouble you sacrifice their greatness na bam so motemeka okay, good. When you take people out of trouble out of problems, you sacrifice their greatness. And say what your mamu na say problems were ho. Na at the time a problem no ho no udwane, it means you've lost the battle.
Wow.
But say utumi gina problem na no na emremu emana na emu beye calm no na ufiri mu kura na at least what show boldness wanya ahoden wo ho nti eno na wo kan ne no nti ye de belenke na ya de na obi send me message from Nigeria also person na me kasa na me de me number man no I think say me post be no hu ye me say if I me free financial freedom kra say okay. Once you have the right information, a better correct sense of being as an African, you will not have any problem living in Ghana.
Wow.
Nti ohu ya no adwen say me ye Ghana ho advert nti ono so aye na adwen so be relocated to Ghana and WhatsApp me say menka Ghana ho pe job wo Ghana nti I'm say hey yeah there no ye hwehwe business opportunity so ye job ne hwehwe it is a job wo ha kra ye hu na ono say Nigeria no bibia antene na I'm say okay it matters what you know
that's it
na baby awo no skafo ho because I said there no mo yo ton bibi nti wo te ho aden as BSc in business administration na I'm say you with the certificate na chi aso be ye hwehwe it's yeah tough I'm say normal no esi ho na say wo ho ode nchen normal na wo pagya a wonte but say normal no mu yedu chen wa wo pagya pe wo bebre ebetim kura to so amu nti say wo complain bebre wo Ghana na Ghana yedin ya it means wo content no esu e also nya content mu yedu.
That's right.
You should rise above the problems, the challenges. Such that uhua it said ye ejinamu hu bibi obu na ni aguso kra it said you hu ye men ye kraman na hu ade no obi sunsum kra na ho na wupo yenye ne sa the ejinamu rise above the problems, the challenges uhu abu ani guso.
That's right.
So solution no ye hia free ho. That is why you are human. I say no man name one no na ye expect some be creative. But sometimes they can build their nest such that abuabi and to me room. Omope. In this area, problem near Johnny there. Then your man, I'm a current in home. Why no my the greatest asset, which is our mind.
Wow.
This problem near Johnny. Then imagine say wow, what the audio Japadia can see a man no pan or sorry, I know sense soon throw. And I will Johnny free problem. Then you'll be disappointed. We are not also leading more Makano. So yeah, the onus is on us. Mo be enjane. Yeah, no, yeah, cowards, you jane, yeah, samba, yeah, be facing problem. No, and yeah, solve way, you so until the bones are rotten, yeah, best solve problem. No, now yeah, best solve also. Enti, mo be enjane, yentrem, near solve, near country and chima man chima who say. No ye DNS ho na ye time na Ghana no a moving from this stage to this stage. So right. Ghana as a whole kra na wo family no let them know say wo nti actions are taking your boldness nti the family was able to move from point A to point B for the better.
Wow.
Nti let us have this in mind and then learn, increase our content, be bold to face the challenges ebebo man mu. Dumsor de me say ba da you ro watare na da anajo no da o ye da obeda gisa umre ya koye adwuma no biem ka ho obebre obeba da e da still bebre legend
yeah that's it. That's it da un problem na mempo menye te sekrama obi na bebe kwa no kopento kwa hunku a so what is your kasa
Again, yeah, my push phone na kwa na yeah na waso na
yes sir
abra wanya mai yeah to me na problem na say ya ka na ye dwane ne de amu fa nchere na yeah Bi na ba ye na yenti me nyina no na yadwane nti ye nuanu be wa chire no sabi obi nka se memba bi ba no kra se utie ye ma military as mo be ka chire wo no sabi bro mpani se bro ni ade se ya egopum enwu fi nti se dan tintinti e kwan ye nti na wo ba de a adom the day no system no be so be wi ya kakra aha no so ba ye transition on the before so be transition now be afi wo be kakuru no wo say transition akoba ka e den pa edren and when you be brave so be kachi the a system the we nuanom no wo Ghana ti de yake say acquiring wealth and as wo hihye wo niam no wo Ghana no more relaxed than say over be face a system where over 200 and something years on na over compete and not they have no competition and not then the yeah be do country na so say we say you be how on the on nima the corporate friend say be a Ghana be ya North Africa so bet my one no say dey no one ka ho but to those young people na dream say a time will come turning the table no bet me turn back no I think say mo na say adesua we no e wo say be ya bet me the influence others no try best say ye ba control na nke ye sika nka nke ya ba fi it is because a transition. Unya free problem now ba. Ube do another problem. How the answer ube try so be solve because it's a drop no return. Sana wa be to kwanya adwen akwaye. Okay. Ube be to mo just ube transition from uba ye uni nkrata ube fe mo nya nkrata afi ube ye busua sem ube we uma bebem afi ube dwena pension a whole lot of stage worker ube transition na into the more now be finish that no then say we return it to Ghana to go and transition back again. Interesting. Tina, obi will say, what 40 years, 30 years. You have no idea. And I mean, it's not easy for them to return home. And we always say this. Because in the beginning, you need that idea, no. This is a uti and na. Una uti no. Tiasi said a bruni crew master transit. Yes, oh Baba first cardiaco. And then again, so say yana through education, yet me have to say, okay, and we must go back and face the same reality, no. Ya hanu untimin kasame transia pesika kakraka na dia bagana ho bibia sa ni ho onti ebia sade obi a wo bre ho save 10 cents ana me bre wa ha save $100 the same level eti me $100 no me de be trasa me de be sia na me de be pay bibi na me de me nice so fi say se obetu ohia se a ejafade a wo ne be kire so obetu ade ohia se nti se wo Ghana be bia wo tie bia no sa wo 100 cedi no it is me me $100 aba na me de akoto bibia se me tietua ne nkakra yes because adwuma me gusu a me ye no bi kura wo nye sa adwuma but adom the day me ka me bo no on ka ho nti better say wo do sa 100 cedi no ebe pe bibia ebe timi di wo move to the next stage sa 100 cedi wo Ghana no sa na me tie yi because me ni control na menya nkyerɛkyerɛ sɛ mpɛ sɛ me return back home eti ade bia ba bɛyɛ me dia bia no menya me $100 me de kɔ akɔto ase na magye ne kaka sɛ bɛyɛ a betima oni saa ade no patro ye nua ntia mas ne yifa wo eti sɛ asase bi na me pa dia ye mafu a menim sɛ ha asase de metimi de $100 we yakɔ akɔgye ato hɔ at least me hu sɛ me gye tuatua na me de madwene no koredie ka kye eti me ye ne kakra ka sɛ bɛyɛ mɛba be oni saa ade no na wo so te Ghana hɔ a adwuma na wo ye na wo sɛ sika na nso nti wo pɛ sɛ wo kɔ pɛ bosia de akɔ no fa 100 cedi na wo nya ye no fa gye bibi wo de fa pe bibi fa secure bibi nkakra ne saase eno ye far better sense wo betena sɛ wo twen sika kakra because sika nya no enyo ofiti ya na aba wo wo be grow just wo grow no so na what me enu se bia the next 10 years so beto aka say me we wo ha sa ho no nko abema wo mind relieve mind bia e ma wo nwi se wo ye hia ni so who say we wo ha now you are thinking of how to make sure that the end is going to work et e ma wo nye hia now e ma wo dwene se de wo dwene sikafo adwene se na wo susu wo bibi e ma wo nwene se wo ye hia ni because one kasa wo ha eno so ne ya ade ye di grow sika eno na di sika beba so ndi ye my obi nkasa ye nuanom na ma abrochire ba no wobetimi aba by a trust as I was over the first Sikakwa, adding will be brave, so when yes, Cabo, one Kakrakadiako Ghana, ho, Oba transition, Oba Tom, or as all transition. So, yeah, waiting, transition back and I thing. Apart from say, legend, but you see me transition, I did, because what about the theater system, no, 20 years, 30 years. It is not easy for them to pack their things and go to Ghana, but they are not okay. So, okay. Yaninye or ye juma no gidi tia bills and kwa o shed future na untimi koda ke home untimi nko so you are not thinking oh gene menka mu ana menko eti me point na say ye nuan mo ntiase na toda na ye na wo ye lectures e kire say na bi wa mo nti wase na na ho si mi ntu kwa na Ghana ye de da bi saa ye de ne country bia ye de no e won standard ho de no so be duru abo hu say e be kakra so be kasa sa ha de no so ye different level ha de ne different level. So, what the any different level? How to the any different level? It's a better say, oh Ghana. No one shall say you are learning about the system and it's our challenges and now what pass what people way at their switch. Said ya how we do a system need to check one to also yet what no one can say obey with me a pep corner baby now I say sanity. The best thing me say baby I do see ano try say bibi kitu bia we bia obechasi nketinketi what PBB product services and anything to build a better wood for the next generation. Because they say no, China for only India for only abrofia hijack system no. And what you wanna say, only she bibia no jemwa one day obedu dokonoka. And the any metia abrochen so no adeba kwa meka say uni control Ghana business here a challenge man. Ye nyina we do for obia no betima ka say ko bia dwuma keke ne gya ho na the returns be bro da bi obekam e just say woni control na say ya bekam na say transition so aye den na afi na wo prepare for usika wura ne ma bi ma ye asset asset no one day e be turn to finish goods to the amount for usika ne wura be $100 $1,000 for no for prepare asset for secure asset more I'll bet me a control. Nothing. What I say, oh, building the power, or do be more access na danisika. I think say, and you far better since say, this can be to we checking account and that's the savings account dividend. You did 1%, was 0.01 the amount and fine query. So, and when you're she, but what me secure properties, you secure name be now to no, that be out to say, where you will control with more upper hand, and you far better. So, until say, or transition with me, I work out to watching, be a family system. Say there was now what me move back. The only move in the air. Try so with me, capture near maybe. I think say, Penny presence of you will buy and can capture near maybe when you may be habit me yet. You can be brave who experience. Contact them. Would the hotel brochure officer or $1,000 no with me save with the whole year. Contact will be with me and one was secure, baby. I my home crata be do mama what me who say I deal with what me I deal with. One day so return here on found some kusi for enko ye mo Ghana brawa be brawa buchi no san ko mo enko brawa Ghana first no e kwa near first physical Ghana na near mesa enti say no de wonim e na be kiro de obenya de wonim na be kiro de obenya enti legend mama nyina kire na ye na bia nyina se na ye ntra kire na ye ntidi afoforo so be ka
Yes, sir.
be da wasifa
That's it. I don't know. That's right. Okay. Ralph Kaza.
Okay, and you know Michelle will be me pato motiminka.
Ralph.
Very good. Mr. Obeda ko me the first in the Michelle. First time I Michelle we interview now only DJ Nyame. Michelle interview na I'm say kai mini abako ho, menya mini abako.
Wow.
Many yes sisi ame no kase me kase fe America. Na ansa na meka bibi no. Adia na me minua ya appear in team eka about sa obi obeye interview wo Kofi TV no. Mehu na duane no, me pese me bodin. Mehu na duane no e commercial.
Okay.
Me debia me hu ana me ka wo mitrim say den na akwa yi wo ton aduane a wo de ka se me ton banku ana me ton fufu. Na de wo de ashem no enti few days ago me started interview or Kofi me interview about 30 seconds na me do na say akwa we say me no okay. Because this is the thing. Say offer bibi to say carbohydrate, protein, Bibi a wo wiase bia wo ne chemical structure. Enti se wo fa te se eburo a ne chemical structure ene ma ye friend eburo. Na sa chemical structure no carbohydrate ewom. Ene na body ni break it down into other polysaccharides ni way no. Enti se wo be ka kire me se fufuo no where you starch na fufu so we starch free banchi mu ade aka na ye friend thing.
Okay.
And as a we starch every banku mu a substance no chemical structure na aka na eye den. Unim se wo fa butter ye de fa pan no me.
Imagine.
Now wo fa very good. Now wo fa a plastic a. So all the chemical structure ne to hwa the difference is 1 atom per.
Okay.
It is a butter no udi agro a opa experiment we offer butter na margarine. Odi fani the actual home butter ne margarine no. Ti gu form. Na hwe de entati abeba ho. Se entati aba ho a no ho se we no omutumi breaking it down na aboa bi so a the other one no be ho se wo de to ha aboa bi ama ho. Na che wo se we ye ndi nko enti se wo betena ho na wo ka se why aduane bi na why you start a free mu na eno na masa membe tun futuro ngo depending. Ye na na mo no mu di fufuo 7 times a week. That time what is so get cancer.
No money diabetes
because banchi bibi wo banchi mu se o ma to ne din se B13 a fight cancer banchi.
Wow.
Banchi enti
what is
the
banchi? Ralph, what is the background?
Me co school or University of Ghana, me radiation therapy. America have me join the US Army, me a healthcare specialist and I'm retired. So what is
it?
Entino sa diane no. Te sa de na oka no. Ewiana eboye wo Ghana no, totally different from ha. Ana sa niane ni nyina no sa polysaccharides ni, I mean, te say ofa banchi. Because I'm a background here radiation therapy in Intino, me a little research about cancer on my own. Cancer ye huni say nedro ho. Nedro ni bebre so ye aduane na ye di ne banche ka ho. Banche ahaban ka ho. Body na no ka se den obi o diabetes crab body ye very good. But say ada menya mrefofra me bana material said even Western education started.
Yeah.
Any a dollar rate na wo ka ho asem ade krontia emrofo no ho se wansuro mu a onche o mutri mo din pa. But said the e ka no emrepamu no ye nya time a me no be kasa in the background near pet time near see your exchange rate and education system and pharmaceutical system na near breaking it down ekwan yo mo fa so mo start medical schools ekwan yo mo fa so because obi come medical school and nutrition na ye kire wo no ye kiti because nutrition is the cure. Enti aduane na ye di no na ye medical care o yare na wo kwa eno ne ye sick care wa yare awie but o mo no de kire mo ne ye sick enti wo betimi aka kire me say nipadua na ete ho no se wuti ya o ya ade nipadua na emese ne para na para ne de bia o sori abedi nyare so wo enti o mo no yare ne wo ho ana symptoms no na oba ye betreat ya ma eno nti na ukona utia o ya started abe sa wanu bibi there be okay yenye we nhwe se be den no yakoma opara ana yakoma we ana yese koye blood test ni enkohwe se we na mutene ntuntum mpo na real na onya malaria aden ntuntum ni enko destroy baby ntuntum ni dan yese ko to mosquito coil no we say ntuntum betaba
a business
very good so what
it's about money
it's all about money. Na adia ya na ha me a say youth na o mo pese o mutu kwan no a wo ka bibia o mo nti no da bia asema me ka me sese na minima die minim ena ka University of Ghana time no kranka manko because we are seeing Yankopon my adoma chede ne doso odo ehumobro ahobrasie sika enimonyam Ni nyina no sika kora na ne peye easier. Because nipa bebre omo mre omo ho ase edin so omo bebre omo ho ase. Ebi ni animonyam onim ba bi a wokofa no. Sika kwa na chese eye so predictable say uye say be ye say. Enti se uti ho na se uni sika na woka se Ghana ye din a busa ho se sika dwuma be na waye.
That's right.
Because yen ye dwane ye no. Say ye kakawot nepa te say de ne ka na eye yen. Because ka analogy you only o papa ti fie. O papa fie tutu. Ana wo hu say wo next door neighbor. O mu fie ho aye fe nkania wo ho bibia wo ho. E ho a wo say Jack de aye die. Ma menko omu ma so nkania ne ho na menko tena ho. Na menya me papa mo ni menua mo no so omu bewu o so omu beye de o me de me ko mo amaka no mo ntena ho. Just look at it. Na MPP ne ya bedi ha sei no. Eba me say ma boa me niema no a achekora next week na maduru Ghana. Me ha bye. Because sheyen ya ba omo ameni omo wa ha no ka chiro bi say Jack say de matuo me ko Ghana. O say na nkura ni school, nkura ni education, me de nkura ni ntina me hwe. Omo kasa no ma hu say information a wo no because we ase no information and information be a key. And the more information you have, the more keys you have, and the more doors you can open.
That's
right. So,
right.
catch me say, "Oba future, ewa abrochira." Not just say unim die oka. Name so catch me say, "Nim die bi wa abrochira." Na me pesa me bani febi eba Ghana dia. Na me hu say unim die oka. Now, I don't think oba enim die future wa abrochira. Say opportunities so hobu say obi wa abrochira. Oka say opportunities so hobi say opportunity na opportunity. Obeka say abrochire die unye adwuma penye
job no kan job
na wo nipa dasania nyankopon wabo abasa so na wo si wo wi ase die se wo hu nipa bi ami adwuma ma wankoye bi a wo de unye yida na che se wo yi nyame boni aye o na che se what to adwene mu se kre ana watu ki na to atwene Saje se obi ebi edwuma nko na obi enti se oka se oba future wa abrochira na che se edwuma na mrofo na bie no o de oba school ha se de obenya biaye
obenya biaye sa
ade a obetimi de ahye oba one eye nyamesuro the second one eye nimdia a one kasa eja ana maame no o de be sha akra ni tim the third any edwuma bi investment bi a obeya obeja obana na enye school papa a wode ne beko ana abrochira a wode ne beko ana school etua boarding because wode twa wani hwese te se Ghana skani ben kra na wo ho yemfa ne se despite who free say despite beba be wani maka kire say ne mana wa wo mu no omu future wa America no the washeshe no fie no eno no omu future wo. And for a lot of people within the next 5-10 years, that Western hegemony na yenim say abrochire na Europe ni America de hoye it has come to an end. Afe na start bank aka because they said na make an dollar na omudi ahye ye kon de asisi ye saa no. They say dollar no kura ebejiregu because mo amonim no. Se mo America muti America omu news ubon sa fi bia beso a omu so mo be increase omu debt ceiling debt ceiling na eye eka omu de busa ho se eka no omu de hwan omu ndi obia o eka ni nyina ne se every year bi eka no omu print no omu pese omu print bi eka ho that's all enti omu no who say ye kwan wa America ye sisi apartments ye sisi fie ton ye can no more printing no more dey but abesha ye come to the point to say ye free Africa any global south no who ko print o Ghana cedi a enye yi enu nti na ye leaders no sometimes social ya na aye no because say when nya fundamentals na say Ghana ye gi Ghana fo nyina sika ma ban no kra na on to me financially because on name fundamentals or losing fundamentals no. Because I want this Ghana city. Any nama abaya. Abaya Ghana city no the bedding. Uber to me the Ghana city akwa America kotoka. Ubiani. On to me fan ko China. Enti time man, we come back to the 70s, 60s, 70s era. Richard Nixon, America free gold standard nesono. We are see before yesu ye jeja ye ho. Ye sikano ejai gold no say Ghana upe ye ni gold market wo Ghana. And so gold market wo Dubai. Dubai wa to gold da. But eno ananka ye sika. Ene ye goodie na e shefom no. Enti say no se ba se ube tumpon a just a what provide this service and now when you be a free fee na way. In the next 10 years, 5-10 years, adia baku ehun be hia se Ghana ni bia anya hwe kora wo be wo bi eye te se 5 acres of land. Wo de 1 acre kra so wa wo betimi adua bibi ama na so aba. That is the fundamental. Enti sa Ghana ya sori ani akobo besia ni ekoye sei ye wonuane bi wo honom a se Ghana no nko akora na edua nka ye betimi de edi.
Yeah.
Enuane keke na tomatoes ye import tomatoes in a year. Over $500 million. Tomatoes. But she said from Kumasi, from Accra to Kumasi, the whole area. So what you say? And it's a youth, no. Omoka say jumeni ho. I was say Johnny. No, I was say they say they this a menya visa. Na me juni ho senka visa nimpo no konanka yede mawa. Visa no kran no nim say yede bema, but who spending all your life waiting for that day a ubenya service. And sana wa bedru aha issue no kra de. Enti wo ka o say na wo say ho di brefi. Who say to member ya ka obi ani ho betumi aba. Just said the why na adwini ye wasi na adwini pi. Me say me frefie no me say Dumsor mu aye din enye masem. Me bagana. So mu bedumo so mu ndumo omu enye masem. Na emo me bedura. Ade a meye ne say e kwan ben na say ye dum light na metimi afa so enya fan amana so amanabo. Enti say wo say battery bi na meto a e kwan ben na mefa so a meye bibi enya ska koto battery ni bi eno na mefe.
Yes sir.
Na enya broni a wahehye ne de awie na me magya me mabusu nyina ho se Ghana ye dinti no no.
Wow.
Enti say me nye part of the solution na why na be part of the solution. Ana ewiase no Ghana no mame ka de bako Ghana no eye blank paper I say artist enya ne blank yi a wo be start art no de wo pe ewo records no ana wo art no ene beba. It is a complaint na there be complaining your paper will be full of complaints and that's a perseverance. Any information now be pair and no na obenya wo plate so it is what Ghana now complaining ye nyina yente Ghana Ibrahim Mahama what say was we to akotena UK okotena ho de ayede what is so mo complaining of Dumsor it is a na wo pair recently not very long ago Madam Fubi every in the masters oye adwuma wo Ecobank o mayinadi o master so some catch and say no minim bibia ubetumi aye within 3 months a home faso no na oni momo o mako school kakra no they have a problem for every solution because say yan tre wo school ni ntino.
Wow.
Now wo wako school akoye business management wakoye finance o lecturer na o tre wo school no be a business da obeda ya tre wo say ye manage business enti wo no de obeya ne say wo wia na say despite na wo say wan ko school no ni radio station hono no akope programs manager aye meanwhile wo say wako business management instead of saying ka obekwa akotena ma mi bi nchen wo makola amana chere business management no ya fa ne say school ni de bro ana broni no on chere wade a ebema wa ba betu no eno tina ba omia aye economy say wo wiase nyina so ho a wo bi o ye ne hono
over age as wo chira
Matthias here. They say me ba me famfa ho but eye me de pa se menya minia. Chese. Ono so ana okra de watu anamon a start church said there. Obia obetie we yi bia no. They said they make an entry by next week me wo Ghana. So if it has to get to a point, you better organize symposium, you better organize lectures. A kwan you better first you better infiltrate this teaching way into your curriculum. Among krano ube who say we are saying you want crofo more employers, you want more business owners, you want more investors. Sa quadrat no emu dia hin na wo pese wo ye because the system is say travel a chrome han ye travel system now why na be kwa adwuma no until they will have to keep it away from you. So what you say but they say no say ya anya ewiase obi ekonanimo obi prene de enti abi before no afi chrome ha what na ha said den o koji citizen now ye den o kasa ye ombe hu sa akwa won kai because o accent for be chere enti ade na ye nko ye chrome na kakra na ya besua wa ha no yen ko boye homode ne yen kyerɛkyerɛ afoforo said ye be ya yesu ye betimi etumpo because Ghana na manfo de ye mesiga se wote Ghana na wanye ya be bia ni ho a obeyi.
That's true.
Ghana. So eniema ni bi ho a yen take into consideration. Imagine what obi a wasifie what to fie ho nyina tiles. Meanwhile, ka obetimi agya one portion edua banche edua mankani kontomre wo ho a wa obetimi ate wade no but tiles no ye de ahyehye ba bia ensuo to a ye ni drainage system enti nsuo ni nyina sa ho abefa ofie nanimo na ya cause erosion na nsuo na sa afa ye wi ani ada ne ye ho say ye twen government no but nka wugya portion bi wo ofie ho a udua niema kakra wo ho a nka nsuo no be memem na kofom so enti wenim nyina ye niema bi a e wo say ye timidi ba out kakran na the country a me nyam pie ye no me pese me start me kasa wa because me pese obi be ka tere me say na wote ho na wo kasa na wo de wo me pese ye nyina ye be na Ghana ho ye through Ghana ho very good obe kasa wote ho wanya ho awie so wo say de ade ne tie enti me pese me be through Ghana wia e ho no bon say bibia ni ho no ma o limita o de be ma ho eye ba bia wa adwene de obesi.
That's right.
Enti say o ka kire ho say mintumi nya ene e wuntumi nye because mrofo na ye hu omu sa no omu de o ma fam ne de omu gusu fam no e chen ye de they Ghana go through nyina o ma go through the same thing na de crowd de nka ye ma ye ne say ye wo nkofo a o ma ye bi aso ahwe de ye ne de anye yi enti no say wo copy no ani say wo hwe obi asa no wa hwe ne say de wo sa no wo die mu a ye beboa na enkoye say ti say de mrofo na ye no eno na wo copy because wo copy a entumi nye ye wo Ghana entumi nye ye wo Africa unim say na menim say apples kura yetimi dua wo Africa ba Kenya si dua apples omu dua pomegranate omu dua dragon fruit omu say emrofo ne da ye say ye soil no kura entumi nye enso grapes ni strawberries ni we nyina wo dua wo Ghana ba.
All right, Raf, ni probably be wa chire.
Okay, minia. Enti mekwa ma obi abia me no da kasa wo back door na ya hwehwe ne.
All right.
Me da chiefo nyina.
Okay, that's it. All right, Raf, that's it. Okay. Kwabena Sapon.
Hey, legend. Who's the be able for there?
Me sure.
The nyamia say.
Na also
Nyamia dom boko eja ye gugum.
Sir.
Ye gugum. Brother ya okaze de wakasa o. Hi.
That's right.
Wakasa. Hi. Na ya na ese me pen ne contact na me hwe ne vim no nyan na asesa ne niam akofie no. Yen pe sa vim.
Uni bi o.
Oh. Right. Man person. Man swan. Man swan. Nyina ebinya sa vim ne bi e be man bag so. Rather. Na o discuss bi na me yes no is me contribute kakra. Se abrofu we no idea deliberately or my shada pass or my pese or my FM or my shada pa no more Africans ye fa yaum ankasa or my shada because unti can jam say who to chrome ye nyina covid abawiase nyina ena ye obi a ho akere no now who to chrome with teachers be cabinet for asem na making with teachers they call strike say omu ohia pay increase ni ade a wo no solution na obefa de me yakra say oisaye Indiani no fast solution the solution obefa ne say enkrofo a mo beba man nim no visa fees ni ade no yenyeji say sika no ni emfentua yi teachers sika such nonsense such nonsense in your coffee so I can turn money 15,000 but Ghana for good chrome who are munya jumanya be the double thing. I reckon
that one thing.
The double thing.
That's almost a brochure days ago. I don't know that one thing.
Yeah, omunya bedroom one who say yeah. Since you can ube be say it's so easy so benyeskana. Omo economy not shrink. England is on its knees. A collapse. The whole country need collapse. Country no a collapse. Your chrome na brother nekan. Ubet me dua a banchi ne body wo. Udan echi. I have dua a flower keke. 3 days ebewu. Dua flower. Just 3 days ebewu. So mu ye niema bia mu pese Africa de bia ye ho kire ye. De bia.
Intrimoding.
Omutrimoding.
Yeah.
The bia mo pese ye ho kire ye. I don't know me yesa. Uti ukrom no atwa sika gum. Onye twa ni sika ni gum o se no asa atena waka se mi sika ne kosoro. Edie pa na wo ye ya sika ne kosoro. Na ye ya kana ne ye de na depreciate sa.
Na o pesa o ma ho so kra no asade na soldier fo ne ho amu
gigi
ko ti proni.
The Bible destroy kro ni sisi ya.
No. The reason dia we are city say ko si broni trimo
e. No crapa.
On peso bia be koso.
Bi tie o teaching sin na me hu say hey na me de ma adwen to na me say hey asem ma wo kan ya na no kro. E no crapa papa. On peso bia be koso. Ono peso feel sa superiorism no. And then omo ani omo ye dwuma pro omo timi omo feel sa we no. Omo hu ni so wa say ono no ye better than you.
Now we had be my fu a we digina how person o chese o mianza se.
Oh, almost skin ya it is a preku. Omo ye be bigger than
o hia wa person o chese o mianza se no wo nyere hia no o hu tuntum pe na bibia sori wo mu.
Sa hu tuntum a hu za wo do just say bi abu bi kra adwen kra ni.
Also omo no tabia o person o chese wo no o did no compare chese wo no at least or so say and that person also a to do
sa any omo adwen no so America mo print $3 trillion and I'm a fight after COVID within COVID and after COVID Britain for printing billions of pounds they printing for free pa koko print bi o make just say inflation e duru he wo han e duru den den
nyina techniques inflation Why you know techniques or they control yen?
No, they control yen.
No, yeah, one are great here. You know,
they control yen.
In power. And I catch a phone so the same thing or more yen.
And yeah, Ghana for no more
global why index.
Well, yeah,
what's the president?
Facebook, you bet you what
the financial indicators and
no minimum income.
Yet when they go to the GDP, oh, bet my tribe baby, I bet check it will be crona won't pass. Baby, I don't want to watch any value. Now I'll catch a photo so I get more. One no the equity stock market value now drop on the cost. Or person chase Facebook no board in Ghana and you want us to believe this. Catch a photo translate a debate more. Company
bigger than Ghana. Just one company.
Click, and the work is very 30 something thousand. One on the board, then in a mine and fear when they pay
30 million.
Now you crop what I say, oh, say, almost say from 10 tanks, you know. We say, oh, I thought we could have bit my Togana and say, look at this. Position.
Well, I'm a Mackay, Nansea, Elon Musk, Koto, X. Twitter, no more to reduce no more. Can I say? And go for be, but me Bobby Dean power at Memo. And I'm saying, I said, most of them Yansa.
No, I'm Yansa. I'm think tank for now, a lawyer phone. So, who know this? And I'm Metogana. I'm saying, this shallow economics of my media creative monomano. Being said, no value sitting Ghana because of one indicators and then the metrics are usual.
True.
And he's been able to tell you so on a country now, if he knew Hono, it's far more valuable. Now, if the country is worthy, how comes I was a mobile and already?
Credit card and Kuma. Credit card.
Maya, Mosamona Mosca. A then will be on Quajuma 2 months.
That's a maba.
Now, what I say, yet there will be a more biabosia. Go for aces woman. Also, say, my no me. Because or she should be, I say, lifespan, and what 12 hours of Ghana, there is 65. Unim, metrics of Musunia Rongo.
Baby, I am wrong.
What formula be a concession, no more basse, be a beshisha, see until what here was moving them. We'll call grass in our before name Coca-Cola.
Menana, Minana, Winnie, and San Woo.
Be a woman can be a so actually over Aqua. I think of one I do my school on Tiasi. Didn't have a woman. Obey, I just a bocron. And Tiasiano, a word chili.
That's no way.
Well, this 65 was around a pound on tea. No, Chicosia. But the donut has shame. One more time, or hidden or kind of rough for Yana Cotranic Mercedes him. Probably you might wabba. When you cancer.
Abrafu, I'm a queen. I pretend quite. I don't buy a woman baby a coon.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
we do 70 years. No more baby do I say. 70 more home cabin.
I'm a coon, sir. Me, I'm a cousin. Not or Italian citizen, no Cotana, Germany. Nana, on the near ding. And he a honor or untimi, and he never be brain or Timico Hospital, no, a Janani and the other day. I know, or Yari be and shed than you. Make me cousin.
Eh?
Omukuno. Because we're hard. And a doctor,
that's all. No, go away. I say, we'll be here. Say, when you're in India, and I'm saying, I'm not going to have. We'll go for you. So many move. We are our China.
I'm looking.
Now, my dream fire. Who knows? What's going on? Come on.
I'm looking. The higher home. Said now, I my back or can say. And Miani deny no one as I yare. Ye, me and any day, Jayon and Nady pizza, maybe being a gun a big place. You wouldn't. No cry, may not me, most of my professor, may not me tell you, may treat Graham interview.
All right.
Hi, the show with him say, hey, may treat Graham is a minka, make to say, ma, anything can I'm in petty.
Oh,
I'm in petty. Because there's some points. I say, Ghana crime and Pesame Casami free Ghana.
Wow.
Ghana crime and Pesame to say, who feeling so a yibi, sad, afe, who may be no who's animal, afe, who be no yanosa, when the deans are unim near all ye. Unim because unim pa no sian may be a. What I realize was a brofui, or pay us them. I'm on pay some. Just imagine what should that be a flat gate say or been to tone properties. Munim pa
or some paper.
Ah, ratty. And for full good abontia when you money.
How many people buy?
How many people buy?
Or more than take Korea class. Or more password, don't cover every baby. We are saying. Go de kutawa was just over the visa. Before we move.
Omo
They
kwe.
better from 20 years. Was only people. People are the free heaven ever. I don't know the panel to chrome or money be.
O mani bi.
Money if yama.
O mani atse. Ana mani bi. Ana mani pepa.
Ane. I bet I know where you know. I don't know say any panel ko sa ko twies cancer no man bi. We wa mo na mo ha. Who ko chibroni ba ko ha obo home basis di ombeka. Mo che din se mo hunu sa o ya beka to so no oye den. Mo friend say human right. Ana mo kura
Zemhunu na nsenya mo bie kumase ayi na ono high commissioner no akogina o kasa na me bufu a okojo ko kasa se je nyane dan
Yeah, unyade ujano wako buo mo.
ayana me wuni me bisa o tse ba na me bufu so tse dey na ma bufu insa
no no cause no so bufu also bufu because enkrofo na said there most so no ma so do
too much almost so near my so no ujina wo ye dan ono broni ye bebi ye ya no ono ujina wo ye dan
ane o mesere no kra nta no bebi ya no
ya throw letter ten akoma no
there was a
problem you be it was big problem David Ajayi kroya ya o designing a big towers London ye bia yi na tower na no kra na ye nkofre ne ma so oma mekasa ni akofa a British High Commissioner see ye bia airport nti oma mekasa for what see onye on kaden e dey no ye e be German
ora ya dey no ara no bofu e bofu a ensesa empeju ko ndi omo no mutie o ko ka omo se hwan diplomacy because bro no etiana wonim diplomacy o etiana they careless omo ka so mbekwa kokum sada mo man kokuno what was all right
omo kun
Gaddafi so it's only diplomacy when it favors them Kasa and then pay for so one diplomatic call then call I'm saying mo be dia chirache mo delay no so do we are mun kura ni nyina be say you know until ya try samara no mo follow crofo no se be yo mo person crofo no bu befu ba kokora untimi ma bro ni ani nyesa ho o so ma ne bufu ohun se wo mpena se esa mo nye frida so ka tese masa ma fa ye munko but we there be e mo dia chire no mo te ho mo reading budget mo te ho bibia mo e bi mo te ho anyway ozedu tukasa
abusia for me chiamo
ozedu jozo
with that sense ai na wakasa na mpanimfo no enso dom kan na obi kan se abrofo wie no enya de om be ja mo South Africa yin na even wo de yen hwe wo mo ne Russia and China aditi na time bia wo mo ne wo mo apart from west for no or more cast for as west no they don't want any power bia equal bia and this is what Africa hu ye and at time bia if you say now for new warm but me say Russia and China I didn't know no monka because they apart from one more west no they don't want any power bia
yani so free o mo ase a oboa
na
omo fa ye no mumu no omo colonize ye no omo fa slaves sa group no
yeah
mo just omo pe and also omo enjoy we ase
yeah and a big issue
yeah
ne me can and what kind when he said me tell where you and before be who no na me tie my be audio na me call kwase na me tie ba ko bi Now some more can say about 18 something. There was a mine in America, and I'm could be here from could be into the cutting short. No, say in the story, and say will be all settled with Africa because no him said Africa is have a diamond, and in the story, and he said acres of diamond, and man, a settled Africa no was what is a diamond in Africa, and why you try who diamond and no ton na SARS in the man will be, and what the call diamond. And no chini pet diamond, I feel who diamond, and that Ujan who told you.
Oh.
And that Nipacrono torn assassin said a stream be that a assassin. One time no kumu a booby or a stream. No. Into a coffin born a year, costed the year. Diamond a year variable. I feel one more a year not just an assassin. I be a diamond field. One of the biggest. There's some more can you say. First one, no, assassin a diamond, but he didn't realize that he has a diamond land and what on for nothing. That's what called a diamond. And who diamond and this the same things happening to us. Africa, we have acres of diamond, but we don't know.
Yeah, don't.
We don't know. Yeah, told diamond, and this is what is happening to recently. Some of the guys now are relocated to UK, Canada. They have, some of them have sold their property. And I quite remember, I think last year, one of my brothers and will be a property brands. And when I crossed out on 600,000 Ghana cedis.
Or the quabrich.
And we all have acres of diamond in one way or the other. And my brother know the Kasa and said, yeah, you journey first and then you're a coward. Sometimes I do agree with him. And sometimes we tell with teachings here. Now we say and can and they meet me after my bag, not my better because sometimes you feel the pain.
Yeah.
And back also can say we are the old Mokata there. You can Okasa already. And me come later to say my accent no. 100 years for her crown.
So Omega's on free ho.
That my accent is strong, and I'm not willing to change my accent. Me Asantini, so that's me.
What's his honor?
So we all have acres of diamond, and and as Obika says, Ghana, if you can look at Ukraine or more kind. Attack Russia call attack Ukraine. So I'm say a common amount for Africa. And then you small Ukraine and if you did Africa man. It's sometimes it's so pity. But one person young coupon and yadum. Yeah, what way when you beba. I know the no doubt because Mr.
But seriously, I like the perception, the psyche. I've been a casa and rain what him said. Monfoni abre.
Because
and only a bit in the away.
You know my Juma. For example, a Johnny Army, a British Army. Somebody have to write a report about you before they promote you. And you know my Juma, and most of Ghanaians now a Johnny Army. The least person crown our area secondary school. Least person. But when I school common GCSE crowny.
No,
joining army. Apart from a mom commission officers, no, none of normal recruit, none of them have any proper.
Which means more level no school no more any more sene or more abrofo no more joining.
Yes.
And so one post.
One report about you before they promote you. And then sometimes wait, I don't know what to say. She said, Obina can consider ding because or conum jot when an uncle. Look at this. And she acquired Jumana. Minimum cooperation on 2 occasions. And sometimes one of them, they quite me by holiday. Just ammunition go home or non-co counter ammunitions. No, when by cross share container no ammunitions no one no ho. Or even or meant ya plenty less number or say monco namco count. Or meant me I am to share ammunition anti me account ammunition. Ye ja listen to her. Maybe by UK for almost 3 weeks. Now my wife will almost a month. We call back and I'm got you say ammunition any. And so Bassy impromptu. Me sergeant send me by unit 1 chair.
That's right.
And
hopefully be ma'am.
Yeah, and this the thing. And to be frank, sometimes yana and Colano yawo mugu and yanom me mobo. But Mr. Win Major na ubin so akabi.
Say, yeah, that's it. You're good. It's a battle. This year, it's not trauma and cophobia to any now diplomacy. Any pabako, so a bapos and where you are to change. Any pabako or track at your man where you are to change. Oh, ye be unknown and a massive. Can't you see? Or challenge, and that's the truth. Or challenge, but cophobia be neutralizing, not be kick. You see, sa na you're quite back one as I'm a chibako. Uncle for you, I will see you on change. Because woman and also 2 and now here say your bra or your psyche has to change. But no, Sanko for no defend their brofono. They only think of their interest. To us, I know the Okoche just because of Benya post. Benya baby at Tranya Land Cruise at them. Glow nearby Obejiasie. In Crawford, Mudaki or Sumo, so normal where we are so no. He thinks that is their right. That is their birthright. Some of them actually believe that not everybody has to do well in life. That's their core belief. Because I mean, what can you do to change Ghana? It's destroyed. It's danger. Ofamenukasa.
Boss, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Yes, sir.
That was say enyimrebia Saturday enyimrebia odi eba school na light fire to your dream when I got. Ya ka brutura ye waste time no. Ya dream you krom hu ye ni aye intentem. Na and that topic big is I think there's any problems. Is how to survive the city depreciation no? And a Dumsor inflation, employees, taxes, and our government agencies. But we have man-made problems. Nipa and shape problems when you know my. Okay. And I'm a dream be brain. I'm before the resilience book, chapter 8, page 49. Mind power critical thinking. So me find the definition of critical thinking or Wikipedia no. Or say is the analysis of available facts. So a fact says animal we will.
Yes.
Evidence, observations, and argument in order to form a judgment by an application of rational. So animal we but the nipa no waje side way. And now no, how do you critically think about how we solve side issues way? And say we attribute to the go for more ye nima omu shemra mayen. If we are not critically thinking, do we think say be solve side issue way? And now no, if you take it personally, say you never say go into entrepreneurship now. So you face these things. So now this is where the Mr. Benda quite saying in the book about how you critically thinking. No? This is where I was applying. Because there is no problem under the sun, any solution.
That's right.
And the Udania, the Senia can away a coward. So problems, Beba. And problem never now solve so a bit make you fortune. If you say Udia, it was so face a jana eban. Okay, right now a jaway near the bar a face. So what do we do? And you know, and then how I bet Guinea about say, and I say, a quiet band was say a bit fast one. You better think it critically, I bet solve issues, no, bit by bit to make our continent no work.
That's it.
That is where I am. Maybe that is my point. Saying there was you bet me I can't the abrofuna ye the omu share chiro mu de so ye na omu ye no e kwan be na me so mienu e be si ano kwan. So one ma solutions about how ye near be grow ye near about you bet me trade within about if I'm selling within my environment, let's say, mean imported the mana. Utikana will say a one value chain Bisicano. What has that got to do with me?
It's about it.
Because some year over dependent on your money, that means any every day behind me. Because majority maybe what I may pay a different taste. Okay, now and then I want to be so now when because Obia Yebi. China, as long as a country and as a continent, that means who's bet me.
Yeah.
What you want to China, or African year time, or that. And you know what is the big deal? Say now, no, we decide to say, okay, so Musi here for backward people, Adena. Yen fire one penny. Near okay. And go over mumu yen, Yanumu got to be a more dear mumu pen to say so. Okay, now the end step back, negas okay, look. Ye important frame of opium. Maybe I actually be an betting me a year. Dumsor a man me. Now, a boy, we say, boss, so we read chapter 8 now. Now, you see, it's about the critical thinking and how it brings to resources I work. Baby so benefit because we have abundant sunlight.
Yeah.
Right now, no, they know how no and science, any engineering inside and any particular people be there. Right now, education, everything is borrowed and people will be contributing to. And then you bet me use and they maximize be near free. Obrolina drain any greediness and how the Baba be any and I'll pay the old pair. Sanima win in an idea. A bit me affected. A bit me so a bit mass over. At then the chin was a your election every 4 years. A year force. And you know, Obino, yeah, and then they hire him. So, yeah, maybe make us say, so who just a picture no now can say on returning home now also what the air cost now. I think why a big mistake because baby I no how much more about the chrome. And I work going to me say how many number be a juma or your default. We are not talking about the other to be a deal. You can't over commanding wealth. You bet me be industries. ne ye nkro for that omu mindset no enya straighter omu nyina adwen say the ogoni na ye no enya the final say no. How do you get to these people unless you command bibi and then abetimi a command abetimi a hold you down no man who say okay metumi ye adwuma obi krom I am well off with me nya me bibia na me bibia me pe and then abetimi industries na abetimi dia akoso. You know, I me entertain everybody say who go through a chapter 8 or resilience now. We shall be already talking about this thing and our can radio so radio app no name the Mr. Dia and Kaya Dinginano Nema every day with the room. Yenina ya bahaya ya baba soma ye buano na ye nya address sister ye bua ye kwenyinano. Yenim say nyina one mind say this is what we want for our country, and this is what we want for our people. You know, and we have to believe. When you know, I was saying, it's IGM who this is it as an Africans say we be because we have to go be respected to say who chrome. There is nowhere I'm a travel we are seeing one. You be say me chrome.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, you know, be join the Air Force, be join the there, be call there, you move. You know, we say uniform, look now, we are commissioner here, you know, between Buzaz and now free. Yeah, we not the country ben of Bristol. We are send Abraham upon kind of asking. You'll be so free. There was a who now or no in front of we are just a number, social security number. You know, you go for you fight say you fight your build. Say the amount for you fight to build the amount for crew. Yeah, me one say you do your crew man. Now you say lay carpet, red carpet. My name be work so. Who from the travel to the end? O te dey na o. You are who able to. They be a dem na o share. Ejuma kwa obi bi wa ha. So say you know boss be there things that the critical thinking and how we be who senior and name at and the name because the echo to you na enye kwa enye sunsun ade enya ode cheba that 5 11 da mo ode cheba we enye sunsun ade
ajamanu mbekumi o
Is it the
only
niema and I'm abed na gozu
oye niema me to us ara me ni ajibija o mu kan mu tibo bi ya e dey for yeah. But that's obi adwuma wa yina say dia antitil so interview amount for encourage you who say ade na doable yeni wa bro chi betimi aye omomu fie ye yina betimi aye to bia boss but a shape name be because recently say you come up with an issue. We have to let one of our cars go, right? And the family you should care about because you try to get rid of things. It will say be holding any to me. I may move back to home in terms. So we downside here name be prayer. It's in the right direction, and I know say obi oba no so no. The mindset say so beti me di intina or ban to the boss ya church ya ku hunhun physical that's it.
That's it. Wow. Yeah. And correct. Because you come na dia will be a bit my one, yeah. And you're free. And you know, baby, I saw about so my baby, I will be an wakuma. I was say, how do we fight all together? BIA is also important. No question, I don't know. Let me see. Moses, yao. Moshi, what's your casa? Moshi kasa.
Hello.
Yes.
With ye, Meda was a legend. Oh, with Juma Pa, woo ye. Then you know, na yeba school, yeba shadi. Or this yebanso, Medana as a bibri, sunset, so below for neat at a grammaton for Ninan or Tomasi. Sanko for ye a bed dinner, Edda Ganaso. And he said, or no so fast aside, do not say, but we come with boom na against such a bar. hallelujah sisi no obey sa nkrofo ni nyina asofo ke se wasachira wo nyina medana se bibiri onua ba ku kasa no na wo ka se wanya hwe kra no wo se wonya 1 acre of land na de to
asase yeah
me sure say mpachowan me sure say no kwasem pa no aka no ebeduru sometime bi no enye obi na betumi anya asase Ghana asase no ye chene sisi ya enti mpachowan ye nuanum na wo mu abruchire no se onye sika kakra na otumi nya ekurase bi na oto asase edi tu ho no mu a daachi bia so oba eba be ye asset amano
yes sir
ba se otena ho na manfo develop asase na oba ni bo be ye dia sense obe ye investment nde na wanya bi no me kai se last e bi na obi ka se seminar na amukọ no na wo se okoto koko afu that was last 2 years we say but ya tu koko mu na okoye no na ne bo no e cost suru times be for times 3 kra enti this time na asase no ebida so wo ho ne de anka mafutuo ne se obia make sure se obenya bi ato ho se de be ya uba na se u plot wo kaso na se langard for kotua uko be bia u to asase na uko si udan ba go ho a ye se wo ko tina ho na yes u ye umwa na u ye wa afu u no obi ani asem kashu ya ye do ewo bunu hanu mo se no NDC for general secretary asiedu nketia
yes
o asase kese wo bi hasi odi excavators ni tractors ne do ni kashu afu no se nipa bi sei do sa afu kakraka we na se wo abotai wo bosuit wo otna play mu akotno bi maso wo se wonye sa investment ni bia un se koko sha ase no na ye nto ni yie bi sa abakosem se ye papa mo no modi ga kodo ye no akufo ado mo apensu ni big sales mo apensu na koko na enye relevant sa rollins ne betu mu ama eko na nimo obi agisi for now no cashew no India for ne beto omo ba ha ebeto no more export di akọ enti ni price ni nye stable because government ni nyanso mu ye but yes but asiedu nke dia tumi hu say ade no anhwe be papa more than kuku indi asase bia wo ha no nye asem giduwa o wa bi kakraka wa bia yes bibiri enti say obi osika this time no amanfo bibiri obi wo ho a o kachuafu kama nso o ton kwa America we ye akwanya kesi a obi a ono waba school bi a watie sa asem no se wo ho num na se wo pe sakashu asase bi ato a ebi a uhu ye mu bi a obi ton ni dia akọ Dubai a yes o frame a metumi a link una je se wakọ akoto onko Dubai ni mra no na ni onko boga ba be fa na asase no na je se Dubai na oko era nko ye de na je se F9 no enti na one thing is say unya asase na obetumi ye niema bibiri wo so ewo na bees na ye keep no e keep wo mo cashew na si minimum bi wo hanu mo a na o keep bees wo amanfo cashew ase ono anka se de wa no bi o keep bees na di sisi adan eye de obeye nyina enti o mo na papa na odi ni hives ni kosi na afom no e ka chen se on packing niema free na afom nko afi uni asase ade be kwa kugusu eno packing ni nyina betu fie edi sanka na owo 1 acre of land bia aka sa bi keeping ya yes esan se bees no metumi aka se wo munye ni yafu unto bibia ma omo udi box ni kosi ho na omu wremo waju be ya ni se obehwe se nhoho ni ant ni sa praymantis ni sa lizard agama lizard wo mfru box no unya yesa we ni nyina awia wawi wadwuma wo mo ankasa be prepare bibia wo mo ama ukoyi a onu obi anya asem unko hata unko ye ne hwe enti no eye a area eye kama unya land nko adia obetumi say nantwi na opese wo yen obetumi aye say mprego na opese wo yen obetumi aye yenko ye we nyina ya asase factory obesi factory ya asase
yeah
and say one kasa wo land wo hodada na say wo pese wo ye factory bia unhia say obekọ akoye ukoto asase wo ha hi fa we bra for we no one kasa wo bi hodada and one say wo ye de obeye bia enti asem na brother ne kan no kama pa say ye befa sa futu na sisi a ye che Ghana asase obi abenya bia to ebeduru be sa brojiri unna na cheze unna nanum soro no mu anya asase no ente o munnim so munna na mobra enti bobra ne nde na unna na bia nko boss na ye chicha asase na mina na kura we
yeah
ibe na enti e wo se nyina e boy homodi na e wo no ebi wo ho se obi pe original ne bia obetumi anya bi na nse ya mi sendi obi bi mi sendi obi e wo ma ne complain da esan se eye papa obi frɛ no wose menyawo na mafiri Mr. Obi page no so am say oh Mr. Obi nua ne de ne se wo ye menua na bukata sem bia ni obi anya ohwie waba fie obi frɛ no obo di am ni so ka no kure sa mi life mu no dada na mi pɛ no kure ka pa enti mi wo school mu na manfo suro mi metumi twere di na ma twere mi ankasa mi di afra enti ye bobɔ di no na mi twere odi no mi di wo mu a undumi nka hwe eno ase ye nyina ye gya hye mu enti na manfo suro mi wo sa de no ho pa enti se obi pe asase ni bi ato ho daachi bia wo de ye no bia na se wo pe casual fo ni bi se de mi kasa manfo ton ko Dubai na o contact mi na se obi ton ni de sa metumi alinki na uni afura na kasa enye se mi ba be ye connection man ya ba be ye bukata no uni afura na be kasa de be si bia no na most times no so ni price ni ye din
number
0247 62 0160 we ni amon for ton o mo fu kura o ton afu no akọ Libya 0247
yes
62 01 60
okay jampo isa ka bi
0247 62 01
yes
60
yep
okay. Last idea papa bi so ton ni de o kan ya na me this can be kwa akoto the time this will be was can ko beto anka no ano no wanya asase asan anya kashu
enti no ton de
I said look at stia krado o mo ese o mo ye sika no se bi onu do bi
ya kwada
okay odisheba tetragrammaton no ya bo modern na ya me share wo TikTok na yanka ho asem kama pa kama waka omuti abom ze dia adwen sa kira ba obe omu nyina sofo da obi biara si
yeah that's
e kwa mu bia ba
thank you overdo gaza overdo through and up I was a Porsche and the TV as well and
legend by Jotiminka
Bajani
legend me de inshirafi osuru musuru edemao
amen
was for inshira ifiri ya nananom mpanimfo ho na medemao
amen
ya dawase ani udwumadi ya da mpanimfo ase da bia meka say when great minds meet ideas are formed destinies are changed.
Yes sir.
Only people who are not willing to receive change will always remain behind the line. Okay. If you only want to have that change, you cross the line and come on the field and compete. Competition we na no. You know okasa CCA. boss me pa jaw ye me no be din komo me wo kofo bi a me mo ma contact you.
Okay.
Said yeah kano ahano we are building network.
Yes,
And networking in yes bosirimuka network any the mimenya free mu network a network obi here bibia you connecting to the source obenya the genuine thing or hwehwe na changing the life na aboa no said ye be ya ono nso ne da ye so ne nani su ade hunu no ebebam. There was a time what I say me ka same way wa ha maka several times say ya ye wa kwantu mu ni ya ye wa Ghana nyina no bi target say and to said, but I will better from say woo now wait me who only about 1,000 acres. Ghana as I say no, a bear dean say abon some fue benya baby do monaya besi. And sometimes you know, your banny ya can ya no busy where I'm on to Mobuasi. Ye near Botrimus say you. Yana no more the abotra botres abon some voyage and sasiafa. Omo the abotra botres and him the phone near titruna edi and nimuno anka omo kwa jo man. Legend Bajo Timinka. Well, inti say ye the abotre na ye nanano ye say the we ye no nano and I feel twem. So when your results are we the same thing I feel I don't expect any results. Ain't
that's right.
Ye the abotre jamaninka nyame beye nyame nesi hene wan ye de ne saa na ankrofo ya fa yensa asi nyina fe. Iti ye no this generation no ye mfa saa jamaninka no ento ho. Utie ye nuanom ye kasa na ibia. The extent of which racism need discrimination cause ukrumha. Now legend, who get a blue passport no kurana we American citizen no. Ye was citizenship by classification, America ni bi anim.
Okay.
Ye was citizenship by birth, citizenship by marriage, citizenship by naturalization. Ye was categories in gum. Into wo citizen now wo kana me America ni na dia dia ye di boast to Ghana for so no. E anu abisa so no ye citizen ni mu class ben. Or your first grade and now your low grade and now your high grade.
Hey.
Asem to wa ye wo de ye hwe. Legend yanka no kredu ba bia ya na bogafo ni bi ba chire na fe ye be ka na ensem ni bi wo ha ya momfra ne ntoma. Legend me ba kurom ha me na me mfra ntoma da. Me share jeans any t-shirt. Then na me ko ka asem as me mfra ne ntoma. It's never going to happen. Wow. Yaw. Hey, a young man be I always make reference to him. And when this young man is talking, he talks with facts. He talks with proof. What was the one tiasiano? Go back and do your research on what he says, and you will find out. Mr. Menuba, he gives you the quotation, he shows you the source he's reading that quotation from. So if you are doubting it, what doubt you no king kind. Na waba na nso do fact na ba na da bia no ye find ni obi aka na asem awie no ye de da bia obi solution ye wo mistakes wo da bia legend ko ye ni video ye wo mo na omo share a boxing ring omo na ebe punchy holes omo na ebe ye den oba nso a oni fact o bosire mukasa ye besire ye no ye si ya adwene mu pi. You see, Nkete said, we are all in for the revolution of change. If you will take us our last blood, we are going to sacrifice it. Yana no mu bi ye bi to ho. Enne ye bo mu din e de ka asem. Enne wo bo Kwame Nkrumah din a we know the history behind. Wo bo mpanimfo na aba ko ni din a obi a wo ni history behind. What legacy are we leaving as individuals on this platform?
That's right.
What legacy ni saying? Legend FBA platform no we be ya adwenem we jane legacy and there's a legend ni hu a ye wo bibi say papa bi tenase ni e friend obenda ako ni video ni nsema na okani group a ye keka ye hu bo mu ni na wo na wo nso be ka group no ho no wo nso wo dia wodi ja ene de me dia ni say I will try
to emulate what the leaders are doing. Say, obi here information, na me need information, na me mbo me sire mo nka asem nkyere no. Obi here me say me nka me ni obisa ma adwene wa ade bi ho a, how I feel and how I will advise my child is the same way I will advise that person. Because I remember poison message in there. That poison message is going to kill my next generation. And I don't want that to happen. Into yamfa and no credit any sincerity now. One with the passion now. Your brother now, Obekasa about radiation is aduania semono said they're not kasa. That is the passion all of us we are boiling with. Into me and your videos to be an obedient link send me a message. Because maybe I say you're misleading. You are what you consume. So I will not consume those things. Yes, sir. Platform now you also wahano. And yes, sir, legend in need you maybe di. Sankasa 3-4 hours no deba Saturday no. Okas or the year consultation nanka wa charge a year, the amount for a year. Within every weekend, he will make money. By the end of the day, the money he is making by talking to us is worth 1 million monies out there that people are chasing into their bank account. The attorney said he is a man of change and he's sacrificing his time, his resources, his energy to put out this message. You, the one receiving this message, the question is, what are you doing with that message you are receiving? Yenkeka ye humbum, yempeja ye hu se nipa baako. When one fall, we all fall. Meme diane say, I will not sit here and be proud to say Ubia started a juma na ni business akofom. But the business in a kofoma, how do we come together to help the person to revive the business? And nunti na debiano, meme diane say, let's know what you are doing. Let's know what you are into. Ni yencha no nipa epebi no yen directed traffic embra wo business. Meme di I drive. Majuma me ya no. O kan boga for ni bi wo te say o ye driver, say driver and anya one over America one go school. Seven previous and driver and yen krama in the drive. Driving a ya adwene unnim nyansa wontumi drive. Why adwene mu ndo a wontumi nye de ye no bi no ye no. The same thing adwene na will be the office and they put A and B into computer and they create no the same adwene no yeso ya de te kwan so ya de drive. I don't underrate people. We a cleaner, be proud of your cleaning job.
Yes, sir.
Say we a farmer, be proud of your farming job. This year, legend, you started 2 acres. Yeah, the experiment.
Wow.
Experiment now, yeah, no. Legend, I am so proud and I'm so happy. Say, when I see the videos and the pictures coming to me,
wow.
Then I ask myself, say, now, all this while I need a waste on certain things, what happened? As I'm talking to you, we have put a stop on expanding in America, and our expansion is going to be geared towards Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, they are no more back in Nigeria. They are no more back in Ghana. So these are the things. Yeah, best once one more and here would see. I am not, Ferisa maker say, I am doing 2-acre experimental farm. No, I am not. Eya obrasha asiye. Eno nye na wiye yo, ne kesi ye mu ne beba. Ye nua no to abobo ya no. O de abobo ya ba ko na sha asiye. Ene okitaki abeye 4. Na o ka sa abobo ya no to ye no na oni aniso ade hu na nkode sha asiye. Eho na sha asiye. Enkosua eye ketewa bi. But ebenyi no wo hachi na wo hwe ni yi a akokɔ no mu be yedu. Legend me de besi ha obenya nsafo yebu no be yenka na asem. Mpanimfo be
no.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I see who is Posh Kaza. Posh. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's all brain at the same.
We'll go with you.
Michia, your members of what platform is winning.
Yes, sir.
Nah, it's all brain. Who did Juma? Emma Ghana mine. Me, and then with me, see what catch say. This has nothing to do with politics. So, which means to me, what catch say. ejuma oye no ya ban ejuma wo so oye ana wafa ana uye no for free. Yina yete abruti yete America yenim di aban ne ye ema udema reggae bi simichi sa nyum yi bo bi ni abe ba beto be ma se photo platforms na mu juma omudi di yen me post nyum no na later no me di beto platforms ye leaders no omudi ya bro me so be she de o ye no wu nke wo say aban bi and fa like metumi aka say 1/4 of Ghana aban bi na also fa no ye mayen na ye nyina ye ho han yen enso obi anye wankasa wudi unyansa wudi unim die wudi aba Ghana say mamemboa youth no won hwe menda me catch say juma wudi no won if semishia 101 na me no watra wa kasa aha me tumi nkasa pi na me no watra wa kasa nkofo a me ne omo akasa omo a mamom me say ende kura me fa nkofo mba so ka be nkofo 5 abaso.
Wow.
Yes. When you now ye ustamina na yo Ghana no me fa metu ha wo se manfa mba kura nkofo 17 I counted them.
Wow.
Omo aba na oba ba ko bi wo mu de ofre mo say hey Mr. Sorry bibi sa wo na da de un kan chere me wo de mami ga me pese me hold you up o program na wo ye ende no topic na wo kura no me obibi kakra me de beba colonialism. When you talked about colonialism ye mu bi no ye America, you can IT started now. I mean, I've been in the IT industry for 25 years.
Wow.
Yes. Me juma obia onim me support Richard or Facebook no ko share me profile. Upe hu baby amaye juma wonia for the past 25 years. My last place I'm here juma Department of Justice. As a Ghanaian, I was working for Department of Justice. I've tried, but ye boom a bim sa men to me and and so me the more agriculture. My try agriculture nyema pi de me ni ko mu ye fish farm. My fish farm, but and that uncommon would you know, me person me this be so na me ma obia or ye farmer our platform is so me the bibi to amamo munhwe na munhwe ni yen because Mr. Benka da ko kan bibi say omo colonizing yen bibia ye bia no e yomo de na wo say ye fa e yampa che. This is something that me person me do to the whole Africa, but any African Libya na wa Ghana for na wa. It is African for niya Ghana for moment share. Ekuya for a your platform is no. Share se ukra ebro, ukra tomatoes, ukra onions, uwo moko, uwo carrots. Bibia wo bia eye Ghana adia udua no ende udua na se udua na o harvest ya eduaba no hata o hata me pese usevi no udie every year bia obe harvest bia save me di cocoa kan cocoa po na e number 1 share abrofo na fa kwan bi so a ye frɛ bibi agriculture colonialism. One share eduani ebedu baby no eduaba yebedua yedi beye eduani yedi yebedua ama eduani ma yedi no ebedu baby no Say I'm quite here. Yeah. Nti mumba ye share topic here. You know being that I can once say me. I'm so much interested in it. I'm so much interested. Sir, come on. Mamika be being through. Almost the aba fish industry, no. Chinese for the fingerlings be aba. Fingerlings no more the aba no. Unia say ufa sa fingerlings na. It's say yeah fingerlings for 6 months, no. Chinese for them it's for 3.5 months. Omo wo mundro. Na Ghana for neto. And then we cheap. Into no. Oh, would you boy? No market Chinese for them. We have to create awareness. Yema Ghana for who say. And nam uko shop tilapia catfish. Omudri chemicals. Ana awu fingerlings no. And the fingerlings no. Ufidi no baku mienza. Busu mienza fenwa. Why say now kwako 20. As a human being, and that Shagana say yes, Galum say, and a man called for kidney problem. Oh, fish can meat can. It is a mukokrumna mukotuto, Idriane fish and meat, Ninyama, Mumpie mini.
Okay.
Cobra utopiki and then a hunyameta.
Wow.
A hunyame. And you know, farmers are your you're making sure say they're making you work or research it, near spread it. Yes, Chinese need a next to be my farm. When government you're complaining, you're government no more government appointees no more banana. Omubana ombera Chinese phone ombeba na omukita tilapia omukita brown. Oh, it's so sad. Omukita brown envelopes. You discount taxes so omuba yen so taxes omode be to yeso no. Come enye easy. Enye easy. Krom ni a oya ade wa ha. Hwe unim say tilapia prices. Yeah, farm gate prices. Chinese phone and control.
Look at this.
Chinese phone and control. Cobra ma kwa bread.
Wow.
Ma kwa bread. To the stand say obi tana baby ka say we benyano. They came to my farm. Almost say one district, one factory. Skype say, just sign it, we'll give you this amount of money, then you can run one district, one factory. Only Sika me myself me farm Sika myself farm and yet say upo masane me farm masane me via ma dada. Farm can say how many 200,000 Ghana. Aba say disaster na sign. Abino best support to be. I'm saying, Massa, 200,000. Now, when you scale mass money, over 1.8 million Ghana cedis, over 200,000 Ghana cedis. And this is a young guy, and also kind.
Yes.
Very intelligent, also kind, but because of corruption, hey yo, come on, hey, but yenu no kasa wie sesi ano kan bibi o de nyema bi to dwa ne ade me so be say me de nyema to dwa. Okay. Me no I usually no I don't want to put my business out there and everything. But me per se obi o agriculture mu bia onfa na ni to ho say udua wan kasa na udua we bura udua wie a o harvest bi bia February bi na wan kasa fegu fie enya brofo hybrid die bi se wan fa bi nguho na ni na fi nsem a tomatoes, carrots, onions, whatever it is. Febisi, say yes, abrofono, agriculture, colonialism in normal static. A beya on one say, a bedu bibu. Ye mana, ye feel say you bet me dear mana banoninia, ye became because ye paying for work or just idea number 2. And there, Yan say, Sir Ujio 6 now. 6 no share assassin ma, and germinate you. He's a wako talk chemicals if you are
And Sana.
And sana would spray and say, Beba, into Cobra, would Juma Udino, Kosunedi, and there, Wama, agriculture industry, that one, Wama Minia G. For you to bring this thing up into what platform you should be at. Or yeah, into agriculture, they should look sharp.
Yes, sir.
Ebedu baby no, abrofono would like to overtake us. And it is a woo to me now local students no or ube steppy.
That's right.
Yen paying for any didn't go for it because your mom baby. Your mom baby. Kabana meka ade ba ko na me feel line so share me want to fish farm. Okay. Fish farm no me hear me fingerless. Me hear me fingerless. Me fashion fra. Naturally they will do what they have to do to get the fries. Omunya fries na ngosu ya ne ba na omo aye de omo ye naturally. No ma bi bia hwe fra. Naturally ni so me na me ye me feed. Me fashion fra ebro sorghum ni de keka ho ana me to Ghana ana me de ye. Me nkoto obroni aduane a waye dada ana me de ma me mboa no. Enti ukana bibi se yeko na yeko export ba na dollar no kosro na sidi ni ba forma affecting me wo no me to local ade na me de ni feed. Enti no sa nyema nyina ba affect me. Se uko the your friend is saying uko to feed na uko na yeka say o dollar no kosro nti no and then you turn 240 eko 335 you are losing, me I don't lose.
Wow.
Because me talk me local ingredients in am dey media e ma mbo na make to me asenu videos about me local eduane na me ye no sizes no any dey ye to abonten sizes no what difference.
Wow.
Me so be me wie
I said me
Mesano me pese ma asem bewa farmers na wa ha no I'm telling them, some way farmers na more munye very careful. Wo baby amuko to munduane, mamu yimu kroma, ye kro no mamu man yi ni ma. Mr. Obin say uto krom ade na de ye na un importing ba. Se dollar no kosra en affected. You're right. Perfectly right. Mr. Obin me wie djumedi audi no. Koso na di uduma no na ade ba kwa mpese me di twa to ne say be me say ngofo advertise wa me so me advertise kakra me ton feeder yedema catfish yedema tilapia me factory me fa bibi boni mfrem eduane no Ghana na me tofi me nkoto mfi baby semiko ebron na me kwa Ashanti regional raw materials bi a me ton me tofi Ghana for e Ghana for nsem they are gaining into no me so say mopa me business no your friend Rich Dosia Farms.
Okay.
Me name your friend me Richard, your friend me here to Diosa, your friend to Diosa ana ya Rich Dosia into no wo de oko YouTube now o type Rich Dosia obehu ye
Rich Dosia
me fa no ma bia antu bebia o type obehu ye videos ayaye wo ho Ghana for am wo ye platform is me patcho mo fa mo nice form na de Mr. Obin ye no ye ndi nechi man ye nkofa nye me fi amono ne mba ya ye de wa ha na ebebo an Mr. Obin ni manu esi nyame hira bye
that's it nyame hira
yo
wow That's it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Freddie Kasa.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Where the me
Yes, sir.
me kasa
Yeti.
yeah me so monologue na ntino. Mrs. Maye me little
Yeah. Okay.
my on the topic now the better one.
Yes, sir.
Cedi depreciation yeah, unfortunately no. You move the say any man here raw na the banya. A good chunk of them here if anything imported into no. BBI we have to deal with. But what me and say the core say cause some of the banks no call honoma almost now untimi ntɔ dollars in from ho. All these dollars got the budget but so person to be from ho unya nti yeah nti yani you have no choice but to go to as a local forex bureaus near the I don't know. Nti me hwɛ honoma na almost price on the be ma me no. Then me de another almost 50% aka ho nti no na me de ye me calculations na so some what you saying thing but say what I'm also doing is me share some of the raw materials and I develop products use local raw materials so they need dependent on as I also costs and dollars near the other. And then yes, as I say, master yes a new product use local.
That's right.
Raw materials. Say no at least me no alongside the products now. No. And inflation there we see because Ghana na import predominantly import dependent economy no. It goes in hand with cedi depreciation. As cedi depreciate no so no pa nyama na ba o beton emboka.
Same price.
So nti no it goes hand in hand. Into me saying what I always do is at times to make profit margins, so I have to play around with it. Kakra or better so kakra because one yes, it seems almost every week and I was so too and no client because I then now they be every month and every week they also too at times me you know me profit margins so now I play around at least you absorb some said at least product based stable kakra on market. Inti ABA say oton niema na onya cedis now what you can do is you quickly convert it to dollar. And also some capital expenditure be also now odi akwakoye. It's a way of also
protect money,
because I know the ABA where you want baby ebu and now here equipment be a wakoto their base because we train kakra cedi cost dollar no cedi depreciate here you can go and get the same raw material and the same equipment and as we find for capital expenditure na over training that's one thing me now Dumsor the from the go near start to see a age man na Dumsor was at its height. So they invested heavily on selling diesel generator. I know that they ran just about last 3 months and they connected to the grid no. Now diesel no the prices no your products now no so your calculation also need na shame. They say some of the grade now ECG you use a portion of ECG for a portion of the factory as the offices and you use ECG. But you call hard production and then we go to diesel generator. But ECG prices so be unwedding. And commercial was say no form kakra but it tends to be charge a little bit.
It's higher than domestic.
Yes. Higher than a domestic as a residential use. Into my Chinese neighbor burning wood. And on the power of steam engine, normally produce electricity. Into use ECG also for offices. And I've been Sunda yet toilet near the idea of wager. West sales small at you. They run RFOs near the Adomu run ECG. because ECG normal tariffs near quite high. Into by manufacturing idea, I think say if you go the ECG route now and should be invest in wow so produce wow energy first. Yeah, eventually in the solar no kakra, but solar no what it is say some heavy equipment no solar now or batteries no you won't get longevity or no. That's why diesel is still a very prominent. Any RFOs, any steam engines, they are prominent in manufacturing. Solar no, they are more residential no, yeah. And now the obey offices near the UK.
Yeah.
Hardcore manufacturing now battery life no nya longevity na no. And employees so being me no me approach and more Canada na me hire for no. Me no personality no was what I me trump
Look
card
at the
so
personality.
personality because personality is innate. So be personality there. I won't sa the personality no. Yes, and if your personality no more aligned to what your company's vision is. Now they are training there said you medicine crowd so we need medical background near file shed them now the doctor I'll be medicine because back in the days no now medicine go school for your apprenticeship. Into training yes, now apprenticeship the training there you can always train somebody. But any personality need there what is aligned to what you want to do now you struggle with the employee, you know. So yes, and now one thing as an employer and so no. I mean, style, no. Get to know your employees, know them deeply. So yes, you know what triggers them, their mom, food, manage, know their families. So yes, ube sad about you now. Ube one bad note, but most of the time you get the best out of them. And you can acquire the universal. So yes, Canada, America, na me hire California, if you get to know them personally now, you can really get the best out of them.
Wow.
And tax if anything government agencies in the so being a strategy they let them be your friends. So
that's right.
Let them be your friends. Or who are not friend or director na okay. And they become personally invested in you doing well.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's
Don't
right.
say that day now only Marie and Kwame George Berg no better some two gentlemen be fire service
fire people,
gentlemen.
You're fire for
they become your friends. They make sure say your company will succeed. So it's here. Come back home once in a while. Be around. Mr. Mpadu be okay. Say oh yeah share on fire no certificate. They are scanning here ready. Cry. Be ya ma onya no abitia. So it's here. They become your friends and they want to see you do well. So what you say? Even GR requiring registrar general say papa back go here registration be am free one me say because no Mr. Mpadu my contribution to company no am free and I'm quite trying brave me because once again personality you go say be but na say or Canada say USA say you just go talk to them, get to know who they are, ask them about their family, what their ambitions are. It's almost it's any about business about you want them to do well, and then they also in turn want you to also
to do it.
Well, into SaaS strategy na Mr. Obin you use GRE for and higher drain fire service for police for now for forum because they become like family. So much here. And finally, we're off topic. I made home. Mr. Obin Ghana for I think we really don't understand, and I need Ghana. Last Sunday, me call Techiman, and I me call Sunyani. Now GPS no, I don't far Ijora. Ijora we say and do from Kumasi because I don't far Ijora job fine to and I me ya kakra inti I make far Mampong. And I offer Pupi and Kranza. We didn't Kranza for her, any teaching man for her, and Sunyani for more bonnet.
Yeah, motion or in Kranza was a Kentampo.
Yeah, that me dream say you crowd. I went there, I was shocked.
Sir,
oh my God, this is like say BPR just like Accra, but on a smaller scale. Traffic lights, roads, beautiful homes. The roads to go in them, so to be honest, Ghana focus fantastic roads. Me 100, 110. Ibu a metimi kosa obi anka me. I was driving alone. Me kosa you see their car back by betwem. Beautiful roads.
By kwani ye
Oh,
woni mu da ho.
And as I say, my God, you, I say, I was in shock.
Very pervasive go, a pervasive free system no.
The whole left, right, the whole. Techiman said it was beautiful. Sunyani, it was beautiful. Now me buy Kumasi be magaka. But one thing to be, company be member mudin, but me can't be member mudi Mr. Ben. Kumasi Bono, ni opposite. Kumasi Bono directly opposite. Omiye nuya. Na ejumera no oye yenkrofo bi. Na yesort Italy. Inti once na wa no aba. So company American member mudin. Oba once na wa no aba gini sika no okọ. Na ode ne nkrofo atoto to head on that they treat our people like dogs. Hey.
Wow.
Me see me jam me rap say. So many rough off. Me say sika come the mom so be nya ahe bia o.
Oh.
Me say me jam right. Me say na me say by the end day no but say unye sika koto eduane edua. I guess you have to do, but I just didn't like the way no mu treat
you.
Yeah. The employees, no, they said pretty much like slaves, but at the end of the day, before I call Nkwetia Rock City, and no Dinkita, BBI, okay. Mr. Benyawa, I hope some points are mama, it will be of use to
I'm sure.
And no one until the DBC I say, Mr. Ben.
Freddie, that's it. Wow. Okay, thank you. Antitili, before I say about can come so Antitili now so person bisa question.
Pacho to me ka. Yo, that's it. Me pacho na person bisa say. Esama ya de brodo no. Ghana sa esam ni ntimi nua bi wo ho ana. Ana face minim sesi wheat. Ana mo de esam de esam bleach na ya white. And ya what ye bleach wo. Nti me question is say so obi wo so na so betimi a kire me say ye dua bi wo Ghana ebe ya na say nye because so hwemu a and I'm saying important Ukraine niema no. Nti ana ama ne boye din abrodo ne ne ka wan ti edua bibia bia ye ntimi nnua bi wo Ghana na ye hu kwa ye fa so ebe processing.
Okay. I think that sometimes abrofo introduce bibia enkofo no innovate ya na yesa de esuro kakra. Me yonko baako or agro processing plant or machines or no na factory baako fa size same ya working. If you abroche na eba na COVID no duro ya no munya. It eventually omo ma no e produce test sample ma mo. Omo ma no project ya ona na ise some kwako fa de na free abroche no. Eventually ona na fa mo no se bibisa na ne factory na yam. To say some na ya sheshe ne bag di mam na company na. So I think say bibia no or say explore more. Omo catch say we dey muntimi nya ne ha muntimi nya ne nyina tricks technique. Because maybe na metie Kevin Orchard Springfield your man ya or your company. O say oh no kwa exploration abrofo say then nye then I so ye. I say baby asika wo bia na ye ko ho a o say nya akukudro.
Sa.
I didn't say almost say enye ye kura na testing. After all, we bread na ukoyam bi. Na we test na. Ebedru baby ubenya test bia.
Yes.
Ebeya adwuma. Na je say afa unkofa biem. Ebia ye say sichire na edigum. Ebia say ahwede kura na say ebe try techniques bia. Eventually ebeya because I don't think that there's one formula for anything anyway. Especially when it comes to processing, production. I think there are different kinds of ways that
Pacho. Anya banchi na ya hata na ya dra ni ade aye konkonte.
Banchi.
Okay. Ana mo so ne ya na bibi hia ho nti no wapo ho na wayi mu no ne hunu na firi mu na aka emo no itself no nye saa na yɛkɔ no wɔn nti no abusuafoɔ yɛka nsɛm nyinaa yɛhyia ha sei no a nipa dodoɔ no aka bi ne ɛwɔ sɛ yɛtumi de adwene toatoa no sɛ wo nko akora wontumi nyɛ a yɛmpɛ nipa bi ne yɛnka yɛn ho mmom na nneɛma saa no yɛntumi nyɛ so ɔho ɛna Porsche so ka asɛm bi sɛ no wɔka sɛ hydro deɛ bɛn n'asɛm na no wɔka nansa yɛsɛ Uganda na obi yi fa ho research fa ho farmers no ɛnam sɛ saa hydro deɛ bɛn no bu ɔden nti no they cannot buy it to sɛ wɔn bɛ plant it na because say wɔn akɔda wɔn because local ones no free system ni mu nso nka local one ni yɛn ayɛ dry adeɛ ne yɛasɛn dua bio te sɛ yɛsi areas bi wɔ hɔ a Uganda the farmers cannot do it na
yes obi de seed brɛ wɔn
obi de seed brɛ wɔn ne boɔ no wɔn keka no wɔ Uganda CNN no sɛ ɛbɛn sika mu na yɛsɛ nye sika kuma a ordinary farmer ka first farmer bi atumi dua bi onya wɔn fa nyɛ it is already happening na Gambia wɔn de saa asɛm wɔ kɔ parliament mi yɛ ho video koraa one of the parliamentarians ne say wɔyɛ a yɛte a yɛ debate wɔ hemfa so ɔbɛn na wɔ so wote wɔn aso obi de adeɛ abrɛ ɔsɛ gye ne fa yɛ na wei no wo ka ho asɛm saa yɛ den a mo ayɛ abɛtena debate na ɔbaa baako wɔ ɛma yɛ powerful na mo ma yɛn sɔre
ɔkeka bi kyerɛ no
maame ne ka bi kyerɛ no papa so asase a yɛakɔ akɔtɔ yi yɛkɔ bi sɛ aburoboɔ a yɛbɛdua hybrid no ɛboɔ no ɛyɛ high apart from sɛ bɛmɛ na ɛyɛ high no ansa na wasa tɔ enuro ɛde agu so na yɛne yɛ local one no so no ɛno no yɛ sɛ 70 per bag na 70 no te sɛ ɔtɔ ɛhene ansa na atumi yɛdua 10 acres no yɛyɛ deɛ no 50 per bag 15 ɛno koraa so wohia chemicals biaa wo because almost say saa hydro no ebo bebre obi so ba beto a wonim say we ne hybrid ena wonim say we ye local no well enti no I think say the Pan-African in us na APA no a obi biara tie wa ha say no asidan kan nyame say ekwan wan a ne aba besi bibi so yekɔ ben a was so obi biara ɔyɛ farming wala yi so me ye nisika ni brechi na yan konkoyes na kube na hybrid and minim say amanfo next bi ene ne keka but guys say yan hweye na yan ye
protect your season
sa
say protect your season
enti that's no
yeah
masine kana
that's it that's it yo kakam kasa crazy
yeah legend yeah Pacho good evening
good evening kakam
here for you and impenifo live so ebi eba isuade so a topic how to survive all those parameters now the mind very very fantastic topic now and then me who topic na because and the legend rahu and I mean na me rahu because that many you'd be your koyad yo crowinty ni din komo bi see it me bana be who topic and I was topic here just coincidence and about all the same very good legend maybe me start telling me contribution and I mean wait first one here just a rhetorical question be say will the European or American, let me say the Western person, eat your food, speak your language, and feel very proud about it? And only number one. Number two, if you domesticate a wild animal, what happens to it?
Okay.
I know and it will lose its predatory instincts. It is your honors ya temu abuabiti say jata. Jata was born to hunt. And this temu nasa old man wa haban area. One man jata ni refi so or jata and won't say Sa abo bi twam kwa na sa abo no ko wonwuram na ochine a. Ontimi nchini because we're losing the predatory what or and as any hunting instincts no and as a skill no. Sa condition ni mu na say as Africans. And not obi posti bibi to your page in so I'll speak a little bit about topic obi posti bibi to your page in so na I mean say lady BY any PhD in is in mechanical engineering a BB engineering and na what tag is I mean so a first black person blah 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 blah. Yes, I'm very happy for her. Maybe we say Oba X I'm so happy. I admire that thing a lot. But saying say who brought that system say oh first black person first one all those things it did not make sense. All those things they are there to look down upon you. Senior Bear, you forget your instincts of who you are. Wow. Legend only kanina ya addition. But so obi nima because oh an American heaven and we Europe heaven. Country be and a war crazy tax laws chain these American countries and these North American countries and these European countries. But so unima tem ya obe blame yen penny for this. Menka say omi angels and omi perfect. Yes, there are certain things that they should be able to work on. But the question is so I am coming from the angle of we complaining tomorrow. Say, Mr. Ampeduka, same you try to make them your friend and don't go and show yourself so you boss. Send your system Ghana. I know that right now Niama be change it there. But yeah, dear, me only say sometimes I crow and then to was it. Kakra. But Enfa legend and no enfa and no country bia on the country bank and eba employment or me racist in these European countries. But ye krum no say hokra at least is better than I had no country bank and omo debt. Ghana your debt ever from chain USD. But obi nima or to us the me say near heavy see. I know people say any I didn't know or more on a moon free or back Ghana no legend. It's your program this and all.
Unfortunate question.
Yes. Obi saying but now Mr. Medu can say me and then he has a heightened me level of thinking in the sense that so obi enemy this animal who or primary schools they say debate main family who because primary school for university debate nebra no near chradwin but debate say and cotton way infant to quite or more on air catcher or more no man who your fam air catcher on still usi unti debate me see me no metric because there's no time to waste. There is no time to waste. So coming to the topic, legend. Oka topic na me busa me question. Me say country be our problem. Country be our problem. And then problem no, there are opportunities for the country to grow. Yes. And then problems number one are there for you to reason as a human being. Problems are there to also help your mind fine tune. Because a BB and Sina so I drink it I drink it better. But forget about Dumsor, forget about all those things. Those are problems that are there. But amidst the problem, what can you do? You have to answer problems, they are made to exist permanently. What can you do? Are you going to complain? In European countries and America, and all these Western countries, almost snow. Yeah, Ghana and Africa. How many countries now experience snow? But are they complaining? Are they complaining? They found solutions. They found solution, and then our solution no more finding it has become money making entities for people. Or more HVAC system, winter bar or majuma sorry. Where you breaking over fixing more over shake no crana. Onyan fiction, wajini sikano ede oko. But complaining. But what they found solution within within the problem.
Wow.
Into hona yen say the you heard do so no yes I know said do so Kwame Nkrumah mu see down by now no senka nyansam no sebi in penifo no who said the population at that time no and then the capacity of the dam no whatever megawatts of power na generate no nipa enyin a burden ain't mean support into finding alternatives or money by no intinient one
Koso me ba. Koso.
Pacho omonye entinient den yentina one and na Mr. Menu Kasem was critical what thinking. What are we noted for as a country? Are we people who are always ascribing things to spirituality and their religion? Economy niko from Niema Nkoye na say some so-called men of God. Akonomo bompa say Nyankopon economy ni you are a joke. Oh bompa say economy ni enye na Nyankopon fa o sika asem no ho. Think no ma wadwen no. Dumsor ho o say o ye ni dum sie. You think you are kidding somebody? You are a joke. Tisani man you to me the team ya me kasama you to know because me tian me say man bo me bre ya me nana mo ba o me kase ya nana mo bra and I don't want them to say that thing to me. So whatever thing that I'm trying to say, I'm just tuning our minds to the fact that problems will continue to exist, but then in every situation you always find a solution. And I say so when you raise the problem in for you can minimize it. Instead of just sitting down and what complaining, abai mi beba obeko, abai mi beba obeko. Busa say be ya, and as on bit me be omo dream and one. Kabai now they will take that what responsibility and fix it. Ye beshia oko isu was ye do a 500 and 1,000. But you ask yourself, senka quote unquote outreach be na ye mean say you. And you see the number of people who will be on the call. But those places, do you get to hear things that will be able to renew your mind and transform your mind to be a critical thinker, to tackle issues that are bringing down the economic affairs of the country? CSC Dumsor na inflation or nesa taxes it takes critical reasoning, logical reasoning to what? To minimize or to solve these problems. And yes, we are noted for spirituality. And I'm also mind. Me also be a solution to economic problem.
So can how are we going to survive these parameters
Only
are
way to
being
survive,
settled?
Mr. Menu Kano, is for us to seek knowledge. And then certain things are yet, we need to change the way that we are thinking. Cedi depreciation or yes, or those things maybe you and I do not control. Maybe I'm minding a control say, But Buson I didn't know no but his business is still surviving. So
Exactly.
sometimes these are the people that we need to draw close to. Buson say, how are they able to do it? Now you youth know to baby obiaya they no proving results no. Oh, you're now to your CEO. We cry sikedru. Nina na bi no gold be agent. Na say gold near the agent no so on how would they be able to turn it and multiply it to make more profit and I say to generate wealth? Say sikedru na so one who kwan any akona kwaji be. So these are some of the things that you to know. Yen twi ho ben impanimfo na legend has become a role model, and then somebody like Mr. Menu, I admire him from afar. In person, that imagine a number of Mr. Obio, and then we'll be getting in touch because these are people who have the proven results about certain things that we talk about over here. You to and let's stop unnecessary argument. Obey the MPPH, NDCH, obey food soldier, obey all those things. But my brother, my sister, I'm telling you, some of these people they don't care. But papa they have the results. They've been through it, and then they are telling you. Yet here program we are Mr. B a paradigm shift be. And right now I used to have a certain thinking about Ghana. And I'm preparing to come to Ghana and look at certain things. Because I'm somebody who loves to learn. And then when I'm learning certain things, sometimes I want to be there and experience. na me nkɔhwɛ na me hu nia mpanyinfoɔ ne ɛyɛ na me nso me de me nsua so that I'll be able to what align myself and then move accordingly. Problems that it will be there, like I keep on saying, we can try to minimize some of them. The best solution is eliminate it if we can. But and I'll be so glad if we're able to start teaching from our homes.
Yes.
Oh, Hana, your parents, start teaching them, start teaching your young ones from homes. Oh, Nyanki Tobia, you talk to them about these things and do not let them see other countries to be heaven. Say, baby, heaven, the end problem, but these countries, they have their problems. They face tornadoes, they face all these kind of natural disasters, which causes so much problems to them. By you need say Dumsor and a high empower, we know that it is a problem. However, we can still find our lives and we can still live meaningful lives amidst these problems. And then dachi be no so no ya dream air functioning na ya dream positively no. A time will come, you will be surprised that we'll be able to solve majority of Ghana's problems. And then you to know, yeah, especially you're challenge, you know, at that so say nanum sebi me a mistake yen no kreno. And it is a repeat mistake media next generations to come, they will come and blame us. And then if they start blaming us, we wouldn't find an answer because we were not responsible. Now, let's read sports name. Yes, your bow in it doesn't add value to you. Oh, despite more kind of balance, my own, you know, so you see, so these are some of the things that we need to give ourselves to knowledge, you know. Near home ben penning for or my bob brana or more resource no or 5 so our resource no and when you are going to the last thing that I will say is that when you are going to make sure you are presenting yourself as somebody who has value. Don't just go empty-headed. Present yourself as somebody who has value, and then I believe that you will survive in these tumultuous times that we are facing as a country. You know, legend.
Sharp, Abrante. Thank you. All right, Kwame. Boga Kaza. Kwame George. Kwame, what do we got? Hello, Kwame. Okay. SK Kaza.
Joe, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Okay. Kwame also. Okay, SK, hold on.
I'm so man, so what man?
Okay, Kwame. SK Pacho Kaza.
Okay. The church will be our platform, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm so being the accident and the man na. The channel said me cry them your young cry. Na you know to quite cry na miss. I'm so cry na me anaja. Before so ya na to me quite. Na I mean papa you be actually Okasa said the Okasa na anti you go Dubai number. Nti me father na so Okasa said the Okasa na as we munte munti saa nneɛma no nyinaa na asɛ hore. Nti last na asɛ I think last week na seminar no. Na me tuyama me nua baako sɛ ɔmmra no meti bi na asɛ ɛsɛn ne papa foforo. Nti ɔbaeɛ na obi tie na nti yɛ na mekyerɛ sɛ na ɔkɔɛ na ɔte deɛ na ɔsɛ menya botrɛ na menya de wɔfo ane akasa. Nti mfa sɛ Tuesday na me ne kasa na ɔsɛ nti meti papa wei ne nti bisan tu kwan na me sɛ I say, oh, if you do have me home, no, and I'm saying, okay. Now, I didn't know to no, say, to see now, we say, in the near BB, as we see different way, be. And I'm saying, and then find as a papa to me, no, they are sedan and the man. I mean, my meteor wincher, I say, DJ nyame na se metie no ana wo de twifa ho na ze dia metie won ka.
Ampa DJ.
Nti me de aseda pa na me de ma wo. Na Mr. Amwani na me pe na number.
Okay.
And Mr. Du because I say omo kaso itimi tachi makoma pa na mizoben easy. Easy. O sure said omo de form wa ha na ase. Ano de ntimi de me person next month pa ntimi ba fi na me be shi bibi ase. Because abrabo na e bon ha no nkoyi.
Any future.
Any future kura
Saudi ne Dubai no ha me be mo de there be. Watch out 2 years or so ba.
Kura de me fancy me twem kura na 2 years ni twem ko inu be 4 months kura am this year winti. Me tie won kana na me say dabi and say me tina ha because anima ewo mi mo no ase ehu hia say me tina ha.
Yeah.
Who is there as a faso be ni say me tina ha nti say last week na me say me baswa na as me ya na me network na titiko.
Wow.
And then they match so my intimacy was in Mr. Binim someone there.
Okay.
Omo number no dey me na wo dey mama na.
No number.
Yeah, but he come a message class 4 months ago and I said,
okay.
Thank you.
4 months they are chill and they are sakai.
And Osaka. Osaka. It didn't settle. You can ask 10 years of me line so I said, you can be an network in it.
Settle the answer Sunday.
That's it. I mean, she was easy there. I found easy my father, my papa to me into you there. That's it. Yambo and next month there, if you do an overtiming.
Go brown so organize on your baby. Come
on. Say, Meteo can say, Meteo can bear 4 months no. The man started a blue 2 weeks in Tiaja.
Okay.
By this time, the infants of Bruno, a car crack. 2 weeks. Because me who says it, me age in any movie, I'm early 20s in SMS, me time cry. Because me no, I said, Papa free mono. Papa free mono, I said, it's me pay a DB, a timmy pay a bush and do level be acid.
That's right.
And my bush and so any moti. Sana say any day no me trimusa, and I said, no, you know, be a big idea.
Wow.
So, no, as a man, decision you're in our buy.
But yeah, say now you're brand, mo can boom. Na mo di BBC manuso. Na mo ya na mo simo bo na abrochire no akobi ho se enyo ho sa. Na no 40s no bon se na mo ye normal bibira mo twaboni a onse mo ya de.
Because baby if you the assassin wo na se adwin no na adwin na se sa. Adwin no classes assistant because as a school na nga say firm no first school no we na say you
school no dey say eso no ya adwin no so na we da akoka. Zato network nate.
Enjoy.
Okay, kasa.
As a school na firm no ntino. The first school no we na say oni ama nyina e basa.
Ane. I'll be being all trouble. One could be all trouble.
One could be a seven could be so problem.
Be no trouble.
That was a pan on church at the church. The seminar no they say the minister do na conti. I say grandma me say piscapo to ha mini akito anu through ha masama na baby.
That's right.
Na afi me yen na adwena sesana se ye hu abrabo na ni so kakra.
Yeah.
That's why maybe I said that.
Idea to share so say, oh, too kind. You know, say I join no bio. When the other to share so say, only mechanism be aka say there be. Obi e catch us ko. One kasa kraka so be ba
say na me say e do is that time na me pese me ba na me go be 2000 Ghana cedi bi na pese kam di share mobile money business as. Na me ko catch me bra ba ko sen ko mo ame. Also when the Woniska be, I mean, me and many chairs play Wuska. Also Woniska. It's yeah, I'm so there. and a Jawan in frustration, Yana, a man who she opens or TikTok, no, see the Dubai, and I dinner. We take a race and do 2,000 Sunday, and then we didn't bear 2 days, 3 days, now we say buy it.
Wow.
A buy, Anna just said, the Davis and a coach. I when you caught me, and you didn't bear 1 week, no one bear
Yes, come on.
4,000 Ghana cedis.
That's right.
I'm saying, hey, in this car, one was here.
We started there, yeah.
And I'm saying, this another day, say, hey, Drew.
Yeah, good. Hey.
That's it, that's it. Many are papa, but you won't get. You see me, too, I'm saying, near papa would toss me.
Wow.
That's it. That's it. There I am, mamma. I need to home. That's it. Timokona will be a baby.
C'est toi, c'est Davasi. Wow. Kojo Kasa. Kojo.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Oben, me pacho, me chia ne, Mr. Menu ne, Odishe ba. Me chia bia, ne etiefo ina. Ne tene se, na me die, me sorry no me who topic inti facha minim nia ekwechi, but nia topic ne minim bibia, ode befa because my tea wache.
Hey. Oga we so for na.
Yeah, say you obi a wunim no wojine so mu kura wo no ntino.
Saturday.
I know but I think say Ghana no, Mr. Obin, for the last 3 months I have been following a trend on YouTuber. I'm say nkofo no, me kan nkofo na tomase west of way. They control the system said that omo de na enya papa no. To be wadwin sɛ be ɛna yɛn so no me wa Ghana no me yɛdwuma wɔ NGO kakra yesu an kwa yɛsɛ wotwa picture na sɛ wadi dem abɔfo baba abɛfa yes yɛhu sɛ me patwa wo sɛ me wɔ America.
Okay.
Nti me bɛka nsɛm paa nti yɛadwene ne sɛ de bia no we are dependent on somebody sɛ boni bi na ɛbɛyɛ den am sɛ ɛyɛ colonialism. Yes. Nti NGO adwuma na me NGO adwuma bebre Ghana ye so mfaso bia mfrum ba like NGO adwuma no nso ye bewie no na de bia na ye sresre so what ya say nti ye mindset no ama ya adwuma ye say sabe broni na betumi aso no broni no problem na so sen ye de no yeah broni problem so wo bibi no problem but ono no wajatum so problem. How do I Bruni is very realistic with himself? But on can't or the navin baby too. Or play smart with the system. So what I say? To say a Bruna ye can titano. What kind history African medicine if Africa? So be yare my asani yare. A Brunina a bibinina na say yare. Even we share some part of Africa. You say Africans were first a conform pie trim. And I'm here to operation. Now, Bruni couldn't name a friend para. But to confuse to me, I man, you really feel drubia yo. I know, we are here. When say, Ufon, now we say, who better, but be business and ye papa, or the quack or topala. Pala near the petrol, eh? Oh, Sa petrol queer macans, and then who's a yarebe bre cancer. Who be in diabetes, will be in your kidney problem. But sign yarim, in set it no. Na a be in hosa. Into no, and one and then so, yeah, your mugus or mugusu toya adriano. But Sabi, Ubenya drew baby after I could do baby and son and ye king what ya said, because you know, Omunya. Nay, I didn't say, I'll see you to crying, nay, ya ba your team, but Sabi, ye pays it way. Now, Sentia Mika Bini say, your friend is saying, problem now can have some need and your problem. The only thing I see say your problem, and a national issue or say a bind and a shen who can also be doing so because I need a bear affect every sector of the economy. And no pet na ye cannot cry your problem. But set taxes there, Mr. Menu to on kind of credentials America a cousin. Or this about or be kind of crowd, Mr. Devioka, and ye easy while Chroma say. Intino, ye cran ye seminar say ye movie a bit from Solano, any solar there intermediate solution. Until I say you find a solution to uranium, because we call all the Western weather use uranium for electrical agent and a chain reaction. Into a decay one into for uranium and a bit decay into a bit or cry taking half life. No, it goes to a decay generate electricity. Ghana, I think we have uranium, but you know. Abofna shift ya adwin they don't want to let I don't know UK ni na mu use uranium America ha eno na ema Niger war ba we omo France be tu omo uranium no na omo de ko produce energy ni ma omo wa wonu mo na ye na egu ane de light de ntumi nso because they don't want us to teach us the way to use those resources to solve our problems eno ne ye back but let me shift eno ne de ene ne ade a me hu say ya aban ade a but we are no free man Mr. Obin, say you find the taxes and unemployment in Kikani there. I don't see it to be a problem because, and I make us say, Nancy, I have been following a trend on YouTube, but I know Bruni or man mainstream. I can share you links. Will be to me. Now, economists are predicting say America is going to have the next, the Great Depression, because in the past months, Cameroon. Nigeria and Ghana buying Omar will draw foreign reserve from USA because they Ghana bank run with America be crashing. The dollar is crashing, the system is crashing.
Ghana foreign draw reserve.
Yes, you will not see it in the news. Ghana has withdrawn 9 point something billion US dollars reserve from the US.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not in the media stream in Ghana.
I don't know.
One, yeah, over the very elections in the region.
Okay.
Nigeria so I will draw 29 billion US dollars national reserve. But why are we even because these people America say injuries before. At that time what are the Ghana who say it is this is made in USA. They don't produce anything because say $1 no so into no shipping at the bar onyam faso bebre free. So what you say? Inti Sisiano, they only use the dollar trade, you know, and omudi nyomo. And as Sisiano, the break nation now, Ukraine, Russia, and South Africa for share. Any America for Ankasa omoka omode, Sisi omode ka about 34 trillion US dollars. And omu inflation cost. What you say? Inti I'll send you some videos. Inti these are top economics in the country. Top billionaires, rich people are predicting say the country is going to crash. Almost say people can't make it even for the middle income earners. I work out $2,000 now. $2,000 middle income you will be or make it Texas Army way. Your cash will be a middle income. I just or around $60,000 US. Who divide there? He's somewhere above twice 2,000, 4,000. Those people can't make it. Until they are predicting the house market in America for the 2 or more as a is going to crash. Mr. Menu at in America, he knows sometimes the system crash. Bitcoin ever crash it. Because the dollar crash, some money na a bad a buffer. Because of economic dynamics, I mean to mean there's a lot on the YouTuber you know, and it's true. What you Chrome how who say things are going up. You see, for the past 2003 to 2004, repossession of houses, foreclosure, you can foreclosure. Yes, will be out of on a loan when to me into ya. Into I buy na some be J dining and found so who you dining car for 30 years and what you are 10 years old. Or be J akoton for no agini sika, we na ebi car or sika bema. Obi anka o sika na hye. Car you be our cars na you tun be loans. Into no when to men to na system na crash ya. Car no baba be J bank and I say whoever loaned you the loan to buy the car or baba find the car. In the past 2008, the statistics are there. Almost 4 million, 4 point something million Americans have gone for foreclosure.
Wow.
Yes, and a car possession. say has increased by the and there. The statistics are there, but these things will not come into the media stream.
Okay.
The economists are predicting say, what can save you to survive the Great Depression in urban and say it's not a house and it's gold, artwork, and a Bitcoin. I say let's just say because the are then affect because obia the car and so what I say. Come obia nifi. Dollar no na ye survive on. It is a dollar American power na the trading power of the US dollar. It's a energy kensem pe eno ano no. Inti people are predicting say no say America might even become a third country. Don't let us forget you can be so UK at a point was a very powerful nation. And then UK, most of the powerful nations they are there, but they are not the top.
They are not really playing game. Yeah.
They are not the game changers now. Same way, and would him say, pretty in the next 50 years, Nigeria will become the fifth top powerful nation, economic powerful nation in the world. India, USA, China, Nigeria in the year from 2054 to 2075.
Okay.
San your man was say nkwala no school into all no predict in future only where say Ghana will will be among the 40 world economic power in those years.
Okay.
Whilst these things are growing up, the world powerful nations, they will be climbing down. And America, they are starting because they control information. And to say, they're now, you call Facebook, ask them to cross here. No, be a kid, no, which will be cruel one year, they're to social media. So, they're predictable. Be an answer, you know, because I know, bad news sells more. But these people are not like that. They don't do politics. Obviously, rare issues in one month. In the next neighbor, the next neighbor. This is how this country is.
Wow.
But things are really bad. Into we Utah men cast obia Dumsor. I mean, who said Dumsor dear, you cannot downplay it. Issue. I was saying, you can be now buying when we put to the right man. Medium suggest say we should go away from hydrogen and kick because I know a short-term solution. Now you uranium and uranium reactors are producing electricity. But aside that, the taxes and kick on there, America is worse.
Okay.
America, you can't owe anything. To me, we don't owe anything. And if the system crash, which is not your, and you whoop and I yes, one quadruma. A crash out, you
crash. Koyo, that's it. I can't pay me many you
matter, Medasi.
Oh, yeah, dear. Thank you for the statistics.
You.
Thank you. Charlie Gaza, if you are not coming over.
Yeah, Pacho Michiao.
Yeah, Mr. Charlie.
Na humbly so Michiam before a more group.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, programming no a high
Charlie.
A high inti ama programming ama yesru failure. Ama yesru problems. But problems are good.
Okay.
Because is problem or failure is the mechanisms to success.
Okay.
So if you don't want to fail, then you can't succeed. Can't succeed. But programming, no. Eja, you are great too. You are great. And your greatness is to the level of being a president.
Hey.
I keep saying, say, seminar no. Make stadium. Eja, na say stadium no itimisia. Let us say time in do. Yes, because Eja, I believe, say, I see, say, when it's time, you are not going to do yire ho enye bibia o because nkofo na waboa mo no nkofo a wo videos na boa mo no nkofo a enam wo nti waba Ghana abisi bibia ase no nkofo a enam wo so abrochefo enam wo information nti omutimi ebeye bibi wo Ghana no they will speak for you. They will speak for you because Eja, you have what it takes to be a president. Now say Obia Sakra, even your videos will be a campaign message for you. Your videos, I will teach him for the only Odia Hinkan ye and on Kwan to speak for you. Eja, good night.
Hey, Charlie. Now, I don't go Mpabuana. If you want buy
A high spirit.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Kwame Kasa. Kwame so you was sorry fee. Kwame. Kwame George.
Hey, come on to
What can I do for you, Kwame?
me kasa. Hey, Mr. Mimitia, when you were tearful. Now, and if you have some idea, Cedi Depreciation. Dumsor. Inflation, employees, taxes, buying Juma for Cedi Depreciation, there, Mr. Ben said, as long as ye Ghana and import driven, say, hey. My yeah, a friend is import driven now. They be an importing near my bar or mine media. They are the pressure back to see dollar, so because dollar na the cofa near my bar into the biano. And ya no so ahye adwuma ma ye se wo hwa ye se munkwa musidi na drop musidi no kofom wo hwa ye se musidi no kosoro afedia stabilize so nti no kokwa na ansesem na de bi omoto che na akrachefo no so ayede age atom na efi se bianka enema ye no ye kitimi ye enema ndodo no a wo ye kurum ha se ya ka saa nneɛma no nyinaa so bɛte so wɔn deɛ mekyɛ no yɛ gold yi yɛtumi dandan na yɛ ɔkwabrane sɛ yɛ gold for oil ɛyɛ the best policy on Zakrate for no ha nti ɛno no wɔkɛka ho asɛm wɔn nso manka na mefi sɛ ɔman no wopɛ sɛ ka o develop a ɛnyɛ saa nneɛma no ɛyɛ manufacturing yɛka sɛ economic development ɛnyɛ sɛ wɔyɛ road construction economic development we set up factories we build we sisi nyuma ene bema oman na tumpom because nyuma mu sisi ne ene de akwan eye ne be de eba nyuma no wo biebie nyuma bebre no obeti nyuma 1D 1F the 1D 1F no cars omo wo no is over $1 million but oni factory what national health insurance cars and penifon ride no ne board dancing insurance claim no mo ye na so mo tu akwa no back claim so enti eno no wo hobet eno no mimi hu ne se eno no ye nimdie owuro benda akone kan o se abrabo na nimdie ne ye de bo na nimdie ne wo fom a wo hwe de ekoso abrabo na nimdie ne wo fom a ena wo ye eniema enfata nti se nimdie no wo soro nso abehu nia eye proud di ehia wo ye di ehia ansa no aye de fata so nti sense nimdie no wo fom nti ena wote 1D 1F a wotumi to Land Cruiser mi wanum se Land Cruiser no nso nka one Land Cruiser bi be 100,000 USD itimi at small factory bi obi ye empabo obi pampaboa obi pamade bia embroidery obi same fidi dwuma na enema oman ye de etumpom because ye fa bibia fa dua kredi ye sim toothpick so Nti eba saa na de bia no a friend say pressure ba be si friends dollar no so. Foreign countries nso we krom so omo ye adwuma wi a omo return all their monies. Ye krom for no if say ndie no wo fom nti on say Robin da kon cheche ne chere say onim die wo fom a ontumi nya hwe wo yakwa o kan kwa so ontumi emfa wadwenya hwe because elsewhere na say America has say wo ontumi enye business wa na won se sika twidie mesin say wo de kɔ Ghana wo de yɛmfa ne sɛ mo UK ne US ase no sɛ wo send here ye kakre wo to America wo send $500,000 $2,000 ne a flag wo sɛ pay hwan policy direction hwan no market can go but omo to me sɛ omo sika na physical cash na omo de nam ye port mu na omo ye de kɔ ne nyina ye nimdie ne wɔ fam nti na wontumi yɛ de ntimi mfa nneɛma ngu akwan mu no no si ho kwan sɛ wo de $1,000 $10,000 besi akɔde o si declare but no to me for millions of dollars no de abɛsen no de kɔ okromfo no kra ye okromfo no kra na ɛbɛ de ɛbɛboa omo sɛ omo yɛ de omo mfa ade ne nkɔ but me hu okromfo no sɛ omo an sɛ omo mfa ade ne nkɔ na me hu ne sɛ ɛyɛ omo fault me fi sɛ bi a nimdie ne wɔ fam ti na yɛ de ɛma omo yɛ saa ne ma nti sɛ emre du sɛ ye oman no yɛtimi edwen yɛn ho sɛ yɛtimi yɛ nneɛma and enye sɛ yɛnim nyanson but nimdeɛ ne wɔ fam yɛn hwehwɛ nimdeɛ ɛbere bia no yɛdi agorɔ yɛsa yɛto nnwom yɛbɔ mpaeɛ so nti yɛde saa problem na ɛwɔ hɔ nankasa na ɛsɛ yɛ solve na yɛde ayɛ nko ara na Yesu nko ara na Yesu te Africa ɛna one equation bia me follow no say adenti na ensori akɛseɛ nyinaa wɔ Africa but factories majority of the factories here ɛwɔ a friend say elsewhere so nti entwe yi sɛ yɛyere yɛ ho a na hɔ ebetimi abɔ Dumsor ne deɛ woka ho asɛm a no wagyae yɛ ɔman no yɛtɔn power nso ma sɛ Cote d'Ivoire ne Burkina Faso yɛtimi tɔn power ne bi ma si yɛtimi tɔn power ma Burkina Faso that means yɛtimi produce excess but esan sɛ nimdie ne wɔ fam na on sɛ nimdie ne wɔ fam a wodwen wo nko a ho pɛ sɛ wo nko a na odidi ɔmo ma ka mfa ho nti no sɛ ɔbɛtɔn more na ɔde ama Burkina Faso na mo ma da sum kra mfa no wo factory kra gu mfa no on sɛ nteteɛ no saa na teɛ nti wanya nteteɛ na kwasi bro ne nteteɛ no tete a wo odwen wo nko a ho to mo ma ka no bewu kra mfa ho nti nti na ɔman yɛtimi tɔn power ma Cote d'Ivoire nom ne Burkina Faso fo no yɛtimi nya constant power supply ana yɛyam kanea ntimi nyina hɔ nti ne nyina na kɔfa ba ne nyina besi nimdie na na yɛbɛka ho asɛm na sɛ nimdie no ni a wo brɛ nti ne yɛbrɛ sa yɛsɛ abrabɔ no wo hwɛ wo sika asɛm ne nkɔ yi a nimdie wo toto yɛyi yɛsi sɛ wo ma wo kwase sika a wo kyena wo bɛsɛ no obedi ne nyina asɛ no saa nimdie na nimdie ne ni hɔ nti na krakye ni ewie suku a wo twɛn aban na sɛ wopɛ sɛ wo gyina mu wɔ saa nsɛmfo owurɔ bɛnda kwa atwerɛtwerɛ edi egu hɔ ne deɛ a yɛsɛ abrabɔ no ɔba owurɔ bɛnda kwa kyerɛkyerɛ ne kyerɛ sɛ ɔba abrabɔ na ɔntwɛn aban Dumsor wɔ hɔ koraa womfa Dumsor ho Cedi Depreciation bɛba a womfa ho yɛ kra nneɛma ba na depreciate nneɛma dollar no kɔ so a yɛde bɛhyɛ mu wobɛtua aka production cost yɛde bɛma wo nti saa deɛ ne deɛ wɔ hɔ inflation nso ne depreciation nso deɛ ɛno nso going hand in hand bɛ ne nyinaa me fi sɛ ɛyɛ nneɛma a ɛna Mr. Menu kan sɛ ɛyɛ man-made problems ya na creative problems no nti ɔkwan a bɛfa so a bɛtumi survive employees kwan bɛ na afa so high on call for entity bɛ na ɔde ma wɔn mo ekwan be fa so betete de entity be na wo de ma wo nti se wo fa employees na otete o ma de office say obe reject on yin to mu say eso entity na de kọ nanim no waja na kwan na okọ de obeji atom no nso no na one na ede aye adwuma na ese woti enipa no nso edepend be bia wo no say ye culture na say ya mamre na sitie me kai me back bribi atwam na me free US ba na ase brainwash na adwene ahohoro ma adwene ho nti na weka na oba kura na oye bibizia na abuofu so ye ni hafo na wo tia no ohun se me bet ni die ne ba no hu se no niema bi wo ha ye nya ne sa so ote ye nkofo na se okay see ni ye tie obi wo ho kura oba adwuma otimi ka che se me kura me ma me wo fa bi kura se wo ye wedding nti me ko me ma adwuma no o ga chen so ma bi mo ba ga che sa me ma so on dey mention na say me hi obi mre bra interview na me ha no wo no ka kire me say me ye serious na say me penipa
how is that question obisa
be me ma ko bisa no say me ma kire baby say me wo baby ha say na bra also buy no we hu wako baby for am say no baby me ma direction no anya yi enti senka wo ba ha say no ka say me ye enti me ye serious say me hwe obi ni na ya adwuma de
so obisa question
na menim po se na bisa say na menim po se obi o pa adwuma no so otumi bisa obi na wo boa na ma wanya adwuma no se obi se bisa no say
oh yes serious sir
nti na on se wakosuku kakra na obe pa adwuma ya nti wo hu ne se ma kire ne se me wo fitamu nti na adwen se fitafo ne de omo no de omo nte baabi ya nti ono na obe de wo be man adwuma nti ono no de ne kratch sem na ede eba nti sa nimdie ne ewo fom nti no obu obi a se wan kosuku ni bi abonfia bet wako school ni bi de school ni de ye bet obotom no ahwe obotom school na also wako no watimi bi school no ntumi emmoa ma won se school no boa ma nka otumi ye bibia nka yense nka wokopa adwuma nti nkyerɛkyerɛ no ama ye mu bebre na ye unemployed taxes ne de on se oni hafo no de bia no mo taxes ne pe na ade ye de ehia se ohwe ekurum ase na enwuma bebre na no enwuma na polish kakra oye adwuma bi kakra na oye ne ho kama kakra de na mani sam ho no mani ye de ewo mi wan so nke ye won kofo bebre adwuma bebre bojo adwuma bebre okurum ase ya senka bi anka ye nkofo akrachefo etimi ehu nimdie bi se taxes na ye je na nipa kakra business kakra bi na ye je na mu ki ye biemu na nke ya tete so na nka ya otete so na nka ya akono a ebi menkofo dodo na etua wodie ye mfa ne se aban ye se okay obi oton ade wo dwom bi ade bi ama ye 1 cedi kura no Mr. Ben ede na government of Ghana bet me raise over millions of cedis ye kromo dan se wo de ba akoso nipa ba akofo so na se nimdie ni ho nso a wo ya na the tax holidays na akoma ahoho ahoho na eba be ye adwuma na omosan edi omusika na mfaso no munya no ede kɔ no omo ne mo tax holidays kromfo na mpanifo na omotete ano na ema tax holiday enti se wo ye timamuni na wo dwen se sa na ema we koso na wo mpese obebi bi de ne wa wasema because sikasem no pese ototo a individual decision on ura benda akona kan wo se why te se awusia woni agya woni ena woni obia nti de bia no nko na wokɔ aban toto ni ye or solve inflation fine one solve ya emfa ho so nti sa na ma ne nyina wo ho government agencies no hwe mu abeka se omo ye against as omo ye the enemies to the progress of the country on say abrofo na tete in such a way say ye no ye kutia ye ho enima omo nim se mono ye mamu entity be mamu abo mu nnwuma ho ban nnwuma ye biebie ne foforo ne ade bɔ ho ban a mo raw material no be na mo de aba na mo de aye mo niema.
That's right.
Nti nemu ye betete mo nkɔɔfo a ombɛko atia wo na wo pɛ sɛ ɔyɛ bibi no sɛ nti sɛ Mr. Menu wo bibi no ɔyɛ aha agencies no bo ho no mo ba na obi di anim no kita we kita a friend say chain ni ade no mo na ye beto shop mu bebe atin sɛ bebe 4 weeks ago me wo ho no bi frɛ me odwuma no ba ko ɛhyɛ ha sei no unfa tax maaye na me say oh na tax ndɛ sɛ adwuma no on sɛ dɔɔso nti headquarters so be headquarters be na me say okay me abotre o kasabasa me say well okay o de mpacho de opeso ye be betimi no me say me headquarters wa ha say aha na me tua me tax ba be tum ye ba ne tum na me say ah adwuma de wo bie bi say wo bie bi di anka beti ase nti sometimes no o provoke yo mo so dia na wa modu nti so wakasa bebre no amfi o ma omo a ye okom konkom na o kasa fi o kasa amfi ni biem no no agyae bon nti se wo ye business bi wo ho na wante o ma ase a na se okoye I know there any on be crash okra on be crash o so no ndie no o hu ni se ono nko adidi a na ye de ope bon but senka odwene ho a enye ono a entity e de ama no no so what kire akola ene ne maame wo fie na de bi entokwa wo fie a onyi a ebe o ha be aduokron se ono nso kwa bo obekon ntokwa se o maame anu oya wo fie a ono nso osua bi Cedi legend di egu ase ya wo kyerɛkyerɛ ye ne sansem no on sɛ entity odi ama enti ma ye mu bi ye de ye fa de ye adwuma ye kwa abonten a ye nso ye ka sansem no ye saa ye suban ye se ne wo hu ne de bia ne de waso te no na wo de ye de e bobra nti sɛ wo pɛ sɛ wadwuma na wo ye no a wo ntwɛn dum so so a ye power generator ni wa baby ponato ye beton when you have entrepreneurship no a resilience so develop tough skin and for and ya goodie and yes so ba platform we so obesua ne man nti ukwa office bibia be no ye bibia ne be yi nti bibi edo be form be so obegina pintin dum so beba inflation beba ede beba head dollar ukoji na say oh ye transfer akoba bia akofa ne ma ba esa but ebra so say esi etimi eye nhwehwemu ne hu say nimdie na enye oba akofo de a obi adia technology no obi any one originator one source obi a obi obetimi aye bi ni ntimi emfa ne mengu kwan so na yentimi nye niema o kurom ne yento de ye no so ba na yemmo ye de ho ban na yenkoye se broni na metese obi ka se se no kramo even omo person omo enslave and even in agriculture omo de hybrid and nyina omo de akrachefo ya na ekọ ne de akrachefo no bo ni afa no extension officer no ko Germany ne de tumi ne de okusua ne mo ba be ka brofo guo na hwan cross pollination e fine ne kusin enso yenum say ye na nantete na cross pollination bi ani ho pollination bi ye want pollination won the whole form of the pollination ye de what kind what say hybrid ne fine kusin so ono ye poor die aban be ka chensa na obeba pension no ni sika samonye so enti say ye timi ye bru due local ones who dua no whether na timi stand whether na wo ho na mo we bi ni ade etimi sa all this condition ma etimi ye de ejina mu ma etimi ko na enokra so wo ahoɔden esen de ye hybrid but so wudi ya hanfo na chidi a ene ye untumi ye enti se emre du a se me ye ni bere na adesua no koso na ye beda wuro benda kwanse so se na obi ka se ni papa otoso mi be menum papa bi odi kan a obe or bat is so raw bend that when only I can no be can be will be the SK where I say me chrome ha pa media many fee me who say Ghana obi etu no ho asi what say raw bend that ho chere say abrabon ye dinim de neighbor obi a waye ye kura no ko bisa ne say e de ne ko ma we ye obega to say nyame adom mo nso ye num say nyame adom enton pan no nyame adom enua nkuruma nyame adom enton kerosene obi enu a me enu say wetimi ababonten na wo kyerɛkyerɛ nneɛma bi sɛ ɛkwan yɛ fa so a yɛ bɔbra na abrabɔ na yɛ bɔ no yɛ de nimdeɛ na ɛbɔ mimi nyɛ hu bi da obi enu nso obetimi akyerɛ me bi sɛ obi sɛ wo yɛ kurom hɔ a na ɔyɛ saa nneɛma ne bi brabesma
Kwame that's it. That's it. Yeah. Many yeah. Was it okay, Mama Kano, just brief.
Oh, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Ben. Yeah. Enti wohwɛ na sɛ me feel sɛ unya saa nimdeɛ no na wantwɛn nyame na uguso etoto nneɛma yɛ wo ka no korɛ na problem deɛ ɛde ɛbɛba me feel sɛ wobɛtumi like ɛdi yie wɔ saa nneɛma a ɛwɔ mu nyinaa na yɛhu sɛ sika ho fa ho deɛ ɛni akwantuo mu ɛni visa mu egyina wo sika a wobɛtoto yie when Mr. Binda book or say when you have in abundance, don't waste it. Says can it be or men say no. Unya sika ho found the nye say unkwana onye wo cash a wo nemu ensunsuanso a wo de ama society factory say na okay o ti bibi kakra nipa hin wa form adwuma nipa hin na otu omka utua taxes ma ban uye bibi o community on say Ubwa community nti that's eno your friend say financial freedom na enye in salary say bia me tu kwan kromo ade enye yie ene saa niema no anytime bia na ibenya opportunity bia ibenya kwanya bia negative no ensemfo kwan na kafa ye man ho but opeye die pa de ye kromo ne de unum say nimdie no wo ho a wonam bia hu say ye die no e wo ho no
Okay.
Media na obi nso de bia to us.
Oh yeah there. Just brief. Kwasi kasa brief.
Okay, so me that's ne akwenye. When you make kakra bi me pick on one side for dealing with employees and as I'm making. Me on me de correct. Yɛn nyinaa yɛwɔ ha share knowledge nti nneɛma no bi knowledge ni bi wɔ hɔ na wonima na wama amanfo so ahu na yɛda ase ɛne wo nkyerɛkyerɛ na adeɛ baako a mɛka wɔ employee ne side ne sɛ woti nipa ase enipa ase na woti sika ase a megye sɛ ewiase no a wɔwɔ no w'ani bɛgye na adeɛ baako a na was me pɛ sɛ meka ka ho ne sɛ yɛ brother baako ka asɛm bi about personality. Now, most of us, your baby as na you name say personality, you will be disorder. Your personalities in your disorder. They are ain't changing. Now, most of this personality, the hormonal, here, control, power, and domination. And so, why you wish your name idea? Why are the bonnet? What kind of name? None of both. Yes, a big crown. What can someone aid in a temo? What friend I didn't know I catch him side anyway and why you know. None of both. Now these kind of people wofa wo mu adwuma na say wa when you anko mo omo no de no omo no ye wo sa ye furnace factors bi ho no ma very reproducible wo hunu wo mo ho lack of empathy say empathy we need be ma selfishness it has a selfishness and beside that if they can do anything to sabotage you just to make sure say you are below them, they will bring you down. And see muma ye ni ena ho e was subano and I say me no me wo your friend is say me yam shim kakama won because say me gidi say nipa nyina be hu na nipa be yi o ma to nchen but obetimi no mo deal. However, even in the US kra na me find say omo sophisticated human resources, you know. These people with this kind of personality disorders, you know, they cause a lot of legal trouble for companies. And yes, but even in the legal system, no, enye omunyina and aware about. They are aware, but you know, legal system is so strict, so mechanized. Say, one straight forward. They don't even want to bother themselves with the psychological aspect of personality disorders. And some of these people with the disorder, they cause a lot of havoc for companies. And he said, "Oh, quiet, you man, I say, be a woody usika kwa Ghana." Said the Debbie Misobekano. The kind test in Ipano. When nipa ne su ene ne ban send we see eye na dwuma send we see responde how or empathy any how we see treating nipa because personal me say me ka say me ka e be yetintene but ye wo enema bi wo ho no ma omoya very general uhunu we nipa no so they make us a lack of empathy ni ebi no and every time bia no omo pese omo ma omo ho so. Now, omo bring others down. When they push you down, belittle you, and near then and them woman, if you say your friend is say, omo no see somebody. And on top of that, you know, everything beyond any uhuna or you're normal to say normal person, but they will love bomb you in the initial phase. And you over pay some charisma ne wo ho bibia ho, but say woni ni sane na se mo kwache kakra na abehu se enima bi wo ho no ma nye normal enti ye na ye kwa akoye adwuma wo Ghana no eni ade no we ade amedi ba said ye be ya aware say this kind of personality na ye rigid and change enti se wo fa nipa no wo adwuma mu no am wani akoho said ye be ya ye no ma ye ko tutu sika gu ye no muslim ko tutu sika engusa enti kakra meka wo ho no
Proceed. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. The last person, Waja, please talk. Then Waja, you have some few minutes. You talk, then we are going.
Mr. Robin, me church or baby.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any topic or whatever.
Yes, sir.
More colonization before the best a Greek no. More the alpha baby you into their can say you a Greek near there and be show. The a Greek never show ma yes I have dependence I will. Inti me ada me to say Ghana umaji GMO atum I was on certain crop of food when soon crops no soon. Let me say the ayaka ye go for almost a diaba. Anna last week Mishuma me come say Kenya winner Uganda winner Uganda for almost so say ano farming abe difficult among side costly now. It's simple because umo introduce hybrids naba. As they say ano yankota umo ankoto seed no omuntumi ndio amu na many ye na me say ano ane na umo ade aba Ghana no because seed breed we no dependencies no umo de aba no they say ano ebe market amobi yes have a creative job any market ama umo company they say ano umo na ebe seed no nti wan koto seed na wo ha wontumi ndua wo koto yu a wan koto fertilizer wo mo ha o seed no o cross na ede enye adwuma nti Argentina ye mpanyifo ebesa akogye normal we atum ene nso aduane nso omus hybrid we so enye proper food bia o enye proper food bia this genetic modify we no ene na ede yare pa de ba o sho western world aha na ye wo na yare bebre aba no efa aduane a ye di
yeah
Waja nti se bia ngofo na de fa no nti umu de fa ha ye say umu benya ya wa great ene yare mu
Waja wrap it na goda
Inti me oh wow. Inti ada inti yes sorry nkwada bremu an say ye papa omu hata omu we na no mu dia atu.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here.
Hey.
To wrap it. And I want just have a school.
So the audience to say wrap it there. Can I tell you go there?
And that's a rap.
And I am
I just wrap on and go. It's you.
on the emphasis.
Oh, David, wrap up. Just 2 minutes. Wrap up. Sum it up.
But me there me who say we genetic modified food we know.
Yes.
Me bag me talk no aduane. Adu to ahwe. Na me ba me talk mo so aduane. Aha no kram organic food almost mo ton organic no. With the organic food ko to the chef fridge ma 2 days. You find say carrot, cabbage. 3 days no say then as I say pro I chef fridge mu. Na me bag na me talk carrot, me talk cucumber. Adu to ho e beda ho kra bosumi. I'm brother, I want say about the ho abayede. Ababri adaho. Inti umuduane na umude bana yeso akososo na min near the content ya parliament yeso akoje da ni we atum because they nsu umudi hybrids we na abasai they want to produce more to feed their population na Ghana so aduane ayebu ho yantimi ntokrampo.
That's right.
Na yeso akodu no ma we asade yare de abayeso minti kan bet na kan say a few na yawa ha yetie we ni nyina craft nkurase umu ayawa nkurase no umu kwa adeceive umu akọ dada mo say yento yanko hybrid no na masa ma odua na yede ekọ ma odua wanya more food wanya odua na babo yi ama onsu dada ti se omode we no covid na abada de se ano abaye ohaw yanka no nti kakra ma kana say yenhwe yi na yede ma yanko sa terrain na omode yakọ that's
it. Oja. There was a friend of Biasi. The ever so. It'll be asset. So when we do numbers, ma, nipa be me no me sa.
Who if you started texting me, so we know better. All right. That's it.
It'll be asset.
Thank you, legend.
Besa oben maminka we we be na pese me besa be obi wasambwa me pe se me nya no objection letter me besa me be filling station na afini me di we no for approval no se mba kwa he banya ama mo no objection letter no me frɛ obi amfi me need e kwaso e bi obi wo eye adwuma ho na bit me ama mboa
I send me WhatsApp na infanto some maybe somebody can help.
Okay, that's it.
All right. Oh yeah, thank you. It'll be asset. Kwame.
Like I say, have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Hi, like I got down to us or so. You have a collection of
Hi. All right.
All right.
Yes, sir.